I don't care if there are no copies. I want that letter.
You want
I don't care if they're going to get it. I want it now.
You want to start off first?
And I have to. Billy, will you get that?
You want to start now, or you want to wait until? The hearing will please come to order. I would like to now recognize the Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee, Senator Rudman.
Good morning, Mr. Hakim. I asked you a question the last evening, and I believe there's been communication between your counsel and ourselves. And I want to make it clear that the reason this is an important question is not necessarily to get an answer to the question that you were asked by Mr. Lyman, for which you invoked the privilege, but it has serious implications towards the second phase of our hearings in terms of the proper use of attorney-client privilege, and number one, whether this committee wishes to observe it, and secondly, if it does, the criteria we will establish to observe it. It's my understanding that you have told us that Mr. Green became your lawyer for a time on the 24th of November. Is that correct? And he was your lawyer at a time that you were at a meeting with Mr. Secord, who he principally represents, and Colonel North, who is now represented by another attorney. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And Mr. Janice, I want to say to you that we're very appreciative of all of your cooperation in this entire investigation, and in no way should any of my remarks be directed at your professional conduct in this matter. I have no intention of doing that, so the record is clear. You have been cooperative, and this really only indirectly affects you. Problem I have with your answer, Mr. Hakim, is a letter that we have from Janice, Schulke, and Wexler, dated November 18th, 1986. We'll send a copy of that now to you, in which your attorney, Mr. Janice, wrote a letter to Mr. Green about a totally different matter, a book and an agreement on Peter Moss's book, Manhunt. There is no question that on the 18th of November, in this matter, which is only, by my calculation, 6 days before the meeting at which you claim Mr. Green represented you, Mr. Janice is communicating with Mr. Green representing you. Can you explain that to us?
Senator Rudman,
Yeah.
if you wouldn't mind, I think it'd be most appropriate for me to discuss this, and I intend to do so.
Do you wish to be put under oath for this particular phase of the hearing only? That's your choice.
I don't believe there should be a need for me to be put under oath, but I'm prepared to tell you, to give you some dates and times in response to the inquiry that you made of me last night, and I came here prepared to do that. Let me tell you what the facts are, and then I will also address the question of the privilege issue that was raised at the end of the hearing yesterday. I have known Mr. Hakim for some time. I've represented him in the past on other matters. On the meeting that you have inquired about took place on November 24th, 1986. At that time, I did represent Mr. Hakim on a few minor matters. In particular, I represented him, as I recall, with respect to 3 different subject matters. One was a dispute he had with an author regarding a book in which Mr. Hakim was named. I did not intend to give Mr. Moss free publicity, but since you've already done so, the name of the book is Manhunt. And I did have some communications with Mr. Moss on the telephone and in writing, and with Mr. Green, who represented Mr. Secord, who was also mentioned in that book. My law firm also had filed a few Freedom of Information Act requests on Mr. Hakim's behalf, and I had been asked by Mr. Hakim to monitor a civil lawsuit in which he and General Secord, among others, were named as defendants, but in which Mr. Green was taking the leading role in representing both Mr. Secord and Mr. Hakim, and Mr. Green, I believe, had retained a law firm in Miami to actually file pleadings and so forth. I never entered an appearance in that case. Those matters I did monitor. There was very little time involved in those things. But at no time whatsoever prior to November 26th, actually at no time prior to November 25th, was I aware that there was such a thing as an Iran initiative, and my first knowledge of this was when the Attorney General held his press conference on November 25th.
Well,
so although, if I may finish, sir,
go ahead.
although I was representing Mr. Hakim with respect to other matters, I was not in any way representing him in this matter. My records reflect that the first contact I had with Mr. Hakim regarding this matter was a telephone call on November 26, 1986, the first time I met with Mr. Hakim to discuss this matter and learned anything about the facts of the case was on Sunday, November 30th, 1986. And I think that should clear up any misunderstanding.
Well, it clears up, you know, your perception. Our problem, obviously, is if we're going to have attorney-client privilege invoked with Mr. Green representing multiple parties where they all had other lawyers at one time for other matters, and then during a very narrow slice of time, you can see the committee's problem. During that narrow slice of time, Mr. Hakim represents, Mr. Green is representing him, and then 2 days later you're representing him again. I don't doubt what you say, Mr. Janus. Mr. Hakim, did you get a bill from Mr. Green? An invoice?
Not yet, sir.
Senator,
That was, well, I'm sorry, Ms. Janus. I'm going to continue just for one more moment. So you're telling me that on a representation that was 5 or 6 months ago, you still do not have any bill for services rendered to you by Mr. Green. Is that correct?
You are correct, sir.
Did you understand he was doing this for you pro bono, for free?
I didn't focus on it.
Well, you assumed you'd be billed, didn't you?
Normally, I should be billed.
Most lawyers do bill for their time.
They do.
Senator.
Well, I want to just say one other thing to Mr. Hakim. Mr. Hakim, I want to just put something in the record here, which the committee will now have passed out so each member of the committee can have it. It's disturbing to me from many points of view, this hearing, professional ethics and other things. On the 18th of May of this year, this committee interviewed William Bradford Reynolds of the Justice Department. Mr. Reynolds was talking about some discussions they had with a number of people involved in this. And I want to just read a part of it to you, and I'll furnish it to you at some point during the hearing. It's just, I think, of interest. On Monday, November 24th, Reynolds was testified by Tom Green. Now, that, I believe, is the day you had the meeting, correct?
I believe so.
And that's the day that Mr. Green was representing you?
I believe so, sir.
All right. Well, that is the day. He was telephoned by Tom Green, whom he knew well from years of law practice in Washington. Green said he was not calling on behalf of any particular client, but he had represented Secord and North in the past. Green further stated that he thought that the government should have certain information which it apparently did not have. Reynolds consulted with Meese, who agreed that Reynolds and Cooper should meet with Green. Reynolds, Cooper, and Green met later that day. Green rambled on about Secord and Hakim's enterprise. He said that the fiasco of November '85 shipment brought North into the picture, but that North had performed throughout simply as a facilitator. Green stated that the arms initiative was intended to develop a relationship with moderates in Iran. Green offered that Hakim came on the scene to open the channels based on his relationship with, and I'll leave the name blank. Green further discussed the January 7th finding and the third-party language contained in that finding. To implement the January 7th finding, Green stated that the government had turned to Secord. Green attributed the diversion to Hakim, who believed that only Iranian funds could be and had been used to aid the Contras. Green was very harsh on Ghorbanifar. But the man who was representing you on that day is talking to the Justice Department and saying that you're responsible for the diversion. Does that surprise you, Mr. Hakim?
Yes.
It sure surprises me. And, Mr. Chairman, I will just drop it at that point, but I'm going to just serve notice on Mr. Hakim and Mr. Green, who I hope may be interested in these proceedings, that I intend to ask this committee, these joint committees, to very seriously discuss with counsel whether or not we are going to grant attorney-client privilege to people who claim that Mr. Green was acting in a multiple capacity. I happen to think it's been orchestrated by someone, I don't know who, to keep this congressional committee from getting information, and we will not be denied the truth. Thank you, Mr. Hakim, and thank you, Mr. Janis.
Thank you. Senator, may I just make a couple of remarks? With respect to the meeting on November 24th, 1986, I think that we can all understand, given the pace at which events were flowing, that there was things were happening very quickly. As we all know, the next day, Colonel North was fired, Admiral Poindexter resigned, the Attorney General went on the television and made his remarks about diversion and so forth. And I think, in fairness to Mr. Green, that under those circumstances, when these three people came to him and sought his advice, which I'm confident that that was precisely the reason they spoke to Mr. Green, I don't believe it, under those circumstances, with that kind of time pressure and given the importance of what was involved, that anyone really focused on sitting down and drafting a retainer agreement. This was, in my mind, a classic case in which people go to a lawyer under exigent circumstances to try to get advice about how and what to do before events pass them by, and I think that's what happened.
Well, Ms. Janis, thank you very much, and the record will speak for itself. I must tell you where I come from, and I think where you come from. I find it remarkable that a lawyer who tells a man in good faith that he is representing him on that same day is telling high Justice Department officials that he is the one that is to, quote, blame, if there is blame, for the alleged diversion, which, of course, we know from our records does not happen to be the fact. Thank you, and Mr. Janis, I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for yielding to me. I don't think we should spend any more time on this, and I think we ought to get on with the hearing this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Lyman.
Good morning, Mr. Hakim.
Good morning, Mr. Lyman.
We were talking about the 9 points when we broke yesterday, and do you recall testifying at your deposition on May 31, 1987, and you now have them all in front of you? And it was page 87. Question, line 22. And you then submitted the 9 points to North, answer, and he agreed. And then on page 88, line 14, question, how soon after North got this on the KL-43 did he communicate back to you that it was accepted? Answer, right after, I would say within, I cannot recall exactly, but within hours. You gave that testimony, and it was true, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Now, is it also true that the first point under the 9 points, which is Exhibit 22, was carried out, namely the money for the 500 tows was paid, and a hostage, Mr. Jacobson, was released?
That's correct, sir.
And the 9 points provided that the money would be paid to you because the Iranians trusted you, as you said, and it was paid to the enterprise account, correct?
Correct, sir.
And indeed, did I understand that the Iranians gave you a check, you filled in the account information and the amount for them, and they signed it?
That is correct, sir.
Now, you testified on Mr. Neal's questioning that in connection with the pricing arrangements on the first channel shipments, you were not involved in setting the price to Gabanafar or the Iranians. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you testified that the profit or the income, the difference between what your enterprise was charged by the CIA and what you received from Gabanafar was to be used to primarily assist the Contras, to do other projects that North might ask for, and to provide the financial backbone or capital for the enterprise to continue. Is that so?
That is correct, sir.
And indeed, that chart, Exhibit 1, more or less was an attempt to rationalize that structure, correct?
Correct, sir.
With the different companies that are listed there being companies that would be used to assist the Contras or to do other projects, and with the reserve that's shown all the way on the right being the capital to allow the enterprise to continue. Is that correct?
That is correct also, sir.
Now, by the time you got to the this shipment of 500 tows for the second channel in October of 1986, beginning of November 1986, you were aware, were you not, that Congress had appropriated $100 million for the Contras. Is that correct?
I was.
And that, therefore, that your enterprise was no longer going to be providing any financial support out of the future Iranian transactions for the Contras.
Not more than what we might have had as liabilities.
From the past operations.
Past operation, yes.
Now, the pricing for the second channel was less for the tows than it was for the tows that were sold through the first channel. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Now, who actually fixed the price for the Iranians for the 500 tows that were shipped in the second channel?
My understanding was that General Secord did so.
And when you say it was your understanding...
He coordinated that, and he handled it.
Well, was it your understanding that he cleared that with North?
I can reach to that conclusion. I don't know.
And were you present at the meeting at which General Secord fixed the price?
I don't recall such a meeting.
Was one of the reasons that the price was fixed at a lower price than you charged, and by you I mean Secord and the enterprise, and you charged Gabanafar, was because you did not need the same amount of money to take care of the Contras?
I really don't know that that is a logical assumption.
Okay.
Another assumption probably could be a political motivation to give credibility to the second channel.
Well, you also had a political motivation, or the United States had a political motivation in dealing with the first channel to have a degree of goodwill too, right?
Yes.
We wanted the hostages back, and we also wanted to have a door open to normal relations with Iran, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you tell us whether any intelligence was passed to the second channel?
The answer is yes, but I cannot...
I don't want you to describe it, I can assure you.
No, I don't know whether it really was intelligence or not.
Well, did it purport to be intelligence?
Yes.
Were the Iranians told that it was intelligence?
Yes.
And if it turned out to be something that was not accurate, you would agree that that could jeopardize the relationship with the Iranians and the hostages. Is that so?
Very much so.
And you have indicated that in your experience in dealing in Iran, that the Iranians put a lot of reliance on personal trust. Is that so?
Very correct.
And you emphasize that to Colonel North and to Cave and all the other people you were dealing with.
Definitely.
Now, who actually passed this, whatever it was, what purported to be intelligence to the Iranians?
Mr. Lyman, you asked the question in a general form.
And, let me be more specific. In connection with the second channel, who transmitted what was described as intelligence to the Iranians?
To the best of my recollection, Mr. George Cave.
And was this at a meeting that you attended?
There was, I believe there were two occasions that I was also present.
Was one of them in the Washington meeting?
Yes.
And another one was abroad?
Yes, sir.
And was Colonel North present?
I'm not quite sure about the Washington meeting, if Colonel North was, as a matter of fact, I recall that he was not. He had to take a break for a few hours, and I believe I was present, Mr. Cave, and the Iranian representative.
And what about General Secord?
He was in the building, but he did not attend.
And on the second occasion or the other occasion outside the country, who was present when Mr. Cave passed the intelligence?
I believe all of us,
All
Colonel North, Mr. Cave, General Secord, the Iranian representative, and myself.
Now, you testified that during that meeting you attended with the first channel in Frankfurt, that General Secord was described as General Adams.
That's correct, sir.
In dealing with the second channel, was he called General Adams or General Secord?
General Secord.
Now, everyone understood in these dealings that you were a private businessman and that you were interested in profit. You've told us that, and I can tell you that the documents indicate that you so described yourself during these discussions.
In addition to helping out with the mission.
Yes. Was General Secord represented as still being in the government?
I'm not quite sure if there was any focus on that. I think it was left to the imagination of the Iranians.
So, but he was called General.
Yes.
And if you were to define who was purporting to act as the head of the delegation in dealing with the Iranians, would it have been you, Colonel North, or General Secord?
Colonel North.
Now, can you look at a document that is in the book as Exhibit 40? And I placed actually a copy at your table, which is...
Mr. Lyman, the original Exhibit 40 had part blocked out. The copy that we have is not blocked out.
That's why I gave you that, so that he would be able to see the whole document as he produced it. Now, do you recognize Exhibit 40 as one of the documents that you produced for our committee?
Yes, I do.
And speaking of these are documents that you placed under seal in Switzerland after the disclosures in November, am I correct? These were documents that were
Mr. Lyman, this particular document was not one of the ones placed under seal, but you are correct that just to make the record clear, early in this matter, in December of 1986, when Mr. Hakim and I were in Geneva, documents were delivered to Mr. Hakim by CSF in order to, since it was apparent to me that these documents were of evidentiary significance, I undertook the steps, and Mr. Hakim undertook the steps to take these documents, some of which were classified, place them under seal with a court official in Switzerland to make sure that the integrity of the documents was preserved.
and those documents were produced to us, just so that it's clear what was produced to us. Those documents have been produced to us.
That's correct.
Documents that Mr. Hakim had in his California office were produced to us.
That's correct as well.
And am I correct that Mr. Hakim gave directions to CSF to produce the financial records to us?
That is also correct.
And they, many records were delivered to us.
That's correct.
Now, when you said that some of the documents that were in Switzerland were classified, I think the record indicates you never had to go through the clearance procedure, right?
That's correct, sir.
You were appointed by Colonel North, or given the mission along with General Secord by Colonel North, and the documents that you received, which were classified documents, are not documents that you stole. They're documents that were given to you.
That's correct.
Now, if you look at 40, whose writing is this?
There are two handwritings.
On the first page.
The top portion appears to be General Secord's handwriting, and the lower portion, Colonel North's.
Now, when you say the lower portion, if you look, we're looking at the first page, it begins AS. I'm sorry,
He was looking at
second page.
the first page of the original exhibit. You're talking about
List will,
AS, fine.
right. Whose writing is that? Begins with AS.
This appears to be General Secord's handwriting.
And do you recall when it was that that document was created?
I believe, I cannot be certain, I believe this document was created at the same time that the parties were getting ready to depart, and General Secord also gave me his input.
Now, when you say depart, there were a number of meetings. Was this the Washington meeting?
No, sir. This refers to the meeting that finally led to my having the discussion with the Iranians regarding the development of the 9 points.
So this was the meeting in Germany.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you look at it, it says on one of the points, as I said in Brussels, we will fight Russians in Iran in case of invasion with or without government of Iran assistance. Who is the I? Is that Secord?
It says U.S. Mr. Lyman says, as
I'm
I
sorry.
said in Brussels.
That's U.S. As
U.S. will.
United States will fight the Russians, not Secord.
That's my understanding, sir, yes.
And the I who is saying this to the Iranians is General Secord?
Yes, sir.
And were you present when he was committing to the Iranians that we would go to war with the Russians and if they invaded Iran?
The way I recall this, Mr. Lyman, it was a bargaining method that General Secord used to get the attention of the Iranians.
But you told us earlier that one of the problems with the first channel was that Mr. Ghorbanifar was always promising more than he could deliver. Is that so?
That is correct.
And you had warned General Secord and Colonel North that it was important to deal straight with the Iranians. Is that so?
That was when I got to know the people of the second channel, yes.
And you were there when General Secord was making these kinds of statements and giving these kinds of assurances to representatives of the Iranian government?
I was there. This was the first meeting.
And if you go down to the next sentence, that's also in Secord's handwriting. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm also correct that Secord wrote and said to the Iranians, we will cooperate to depose the leader, the president of Iraq? Is that what he was saying?
He, as I mentioned, he left these with me to use as ideas for patching up things.
Well, was it you who was saying that we will cooperate to depose?
No, General Secord wrote this.
Okay, so and it was General Secord who also said it, wasn't it? Did he say it to the Iranians or did he not?
I think it was more than General Secord. If I recall correctly, it was the attitude of the total delegation.
By that you mean Colonel North?
As well as Mr. Cave and General Secord.
Now, is the we will cooperate, is that the enterprise or is that again the United States of America?
My understanding is the U.S.
Did you find it surprising that General Secord, a private citizen, and a lieutenant colonel and a retiree, or an annuitant as they call them, of the CIA, could, without any congressional approval or anything more that you knew of, make these kinds of representations to the leader of the Iranian delegation?
My impression, Mr. Lyman, was from the very beginning that the President of the United States was supporting this mission. It was cleared with him. And in my mind, I didn't go further than the President's authorities, and I didn't judge the policy of the President.
But in fairness, you got that impression because Colonel North dropped the name of the President and because he had the kind of access in the White House that he had and because he could deliver the tows and the hawks and the other things that were promised, right?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't because General Secord told you that he met with the President, because he's made it clear he didn't.
That's correct, sir.
Right. Now, one last topic on this subject of the second channel, and I don't want to draw this out or get into any names, but how many financial intermediaries were there that you had to make commitments to, financial commitments to, in order to open up the second channel?
Three or four that I have direct contact with, and I'm aware that one in particular has been referred to as number one. During the deposition, he has commitments to a number of other people.
So, to use a parlance that I was familiar with before I came down here, he sort of syndicated this deal, number one. He cut in a lot of other participants.
I believe I testified that we had to get the support of more than one faction.
Okay. Now, have you been confronted with demands that you pay up?
Very much so.
Threats?
Mildly put.
And that's because the intermediaries are telling you that they delivered, but the United States isn't recognizing these 9 points as something that was authorized.
Well, the people, the way they look at it is that they opened the channel as they promised. If we did not take advantage of it, it is not their fault.
Now, you said that you had to, in order to open the channel, deal with a number of factions.
Yes, sir.
You're aware now, of course, that the United States Congress's intelligence committees were not told of this initiative.
Now I am.
And you're aware that they weren't told of the services and the work that you were performing in opening it up.
Yes, sir.
In that context, I think that the members of these committees would be interested in knowing how many factions in Iran were really advised of this initiative at the time that it was being kept from the Congress, and about, according to your best estimate, how many Iranians you would estimate were knowledgeable of it.
I cannot answer the last portion of your question, but I believe at least 2 factions were approached.
And is that in both the first and second channel, or if you include the first channel, is it more than 2 factions?
Well, I'm not discussing the first channel at all.
So it's two factions in your channel plus whatever factions were informed in the first channel initiative.
But the second channel did not approve of the people that were being used in the first channel.
Yeah, but the point is that they were different people.
Different
right?
people, yes, sir.
And therefore, in addition to the people who were privy to this in the second channel, there were people who were privy to it in the first channel.
Yes, sir.
So this was, in terms of Iran, was not exactly a closely guarded secret.
As far as those different factions were concerned, you're right.
Now, as the last topic, I'd like to touch on the relationship with General Secord and try to do it as briefly as possible.
Excuse me, Mr. Long, before we begin, can we have another exhibit book? Ours only goes up through, for the attorneys, it only goes up through 25 or 26, I think.
26.
I would appreciate it. I think you're going to get into some exhibits that we only have one copy of.
It should go through Exhibit 41.
We have one through 43.
43.
Thank you.
Mine goes, I think it is 42.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hakim, you placed the conversation with General Secord in which he purported to forswear or waive his interest in the profits as taking place in or around the summer of 1985. Do you recall that?
I don't think that's his testimony, Mr.
I don't believe so.
Well, when do you place it?
I believe I testified during the deposition early 86, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think that you actually placed it in 85, and I could give you the dates, but what I'm interested in is not what you said then, but really what your best recollection is now. I'm sorry, I have misspoken. It was Secord who placed it in the summer of 1985. You placed it in 86.
That's correct, yes.
And so that you each have a different date for when this conversation allegedly took place, correct?
It so appears, yes.
There was no written documentation of the waiver, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And after this conversation took place, you continued the same pattern of profit distribution that existed before.
That's correct.
You continued to allocate to the Coral account. You've testified to that.
That's correct.
And is it also true that from time to time, you and General Secord would go to CSF and inspect some records there?
That's true.
And would you look at records that showed the bottom line of these different accounts?
That's correct.
And among the records that you looked at that showed the bottom line were Coral and SciTech.
Yes.
And is it also correct that at no time during those inspections, General Secord said to you, take this money out of Coral and put it back into your own account?
You're right.
Now, we've given you a exhibit book that shows various withdrawals of money that were charged to the Coral account, and they appear as Exhibit 29. The 29?
29A.
There's a 29, and then there's also one that appears as 42A. Let's do 42A first, because that... If you look at 42A, and the only question that I want to put to you on these, which are
Mr. Lyman, I don't appear to have a 42A. I
You
have a
fo-
42.
42. If you look at the different documents in this, would you tell me whether these, where they have a signature of Secord, are his signature as you recognize it?
The first document, it's a very bad photocopy. It resembles quite a bit Mr. Secord's signature.
And if you look at the document, that document relates to a $22,000 check, and you'll see that the Republic Bank in the second document issued the check for $22,000 to General Secord. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And the Republic Bank was the bank that CSF used in New York for holding money and dispersing money for various clients, including the enterprise.
That's correct, sir.
Now, if you look at the next document, which is a document that reflects a withdrawal of $7,000, that's a Credit Suisse document. Do you see the Secord name written there? It's a debit notice.
His signature. I see a signature, sir. Are you referring to that?
Yes, is that his signature?
It appears to be his signature.
Well, and the others have signatures, and I'm not going to take the time to go over them. Exhibit 29A reflects a withdrawal which was charged to General Secord's account for $31,817 to Khalid Rashid. Are you familiar with that transaction?
Yes, I am, sir.
And does that transaction reflect the purchase of a Porsche automobile by General Secord?
Yes, it does.
And that was a car to be used for personal use, not for the Contras, correct?
That's the right conclusion.
And the 28 if you look at Exhibit 28, the series beginning 28A, B, and C, that reflects a check to be issued to Secord for $52,500 in October '85, which is after the date that General Secord places his waiver. Are you familiar with that transaction?
Mr. Lyman, is this part of the commission distribution that the document that I have shows only the Corel assets?
Well,
So,
if you look at the next documents, it shows a check of $52,500. If you look at 28C, actually, you can see the check on Republic to Mr. Secord. You see that, and you see his endorsement on the check?
I also see the name of Stanford Technology Trading Group on it, sir.
Well, there's another document that follows it, which reflects the, or should be, that reflects, we have other documents, and they are next to it, that reflects the deposit into his personal account, if you look at the one after it. Yeah, we can bring the original, it's a clearer copy if you'd like, but the, are you familiar with the transaction?
No, I'm not.
Do you recall at all being asked by General Secord to disperse this $52,500 from the Coral account to him?
I cannot remember that.
Well, maybe I can refresh you. Do you recall any occasion when he told you he wanted to buy a plane for his personal use, a Piper Seneca?
Yes.
And do you recall dispersing money from Coral for that purpose?
I remember the transaction. I do not recall how CSF handled it.
Okay. Now, in addition to these transactions, is it fair to say that you dispersed from the enterprise money to be invested in partnerships between you and Mr. Secord?
You're referring to STTGI, the monies that were transferred to STTGI?
Well, I'm referring to the fact that you transferred $150,000 from the enterprise to a company called Tri-American.
Yes,
And Tri-American was a partnership in which you and General Secord were participating, correct?
that is correct.
And you dispersed $150,000 at General Secord's request. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was an investment, indeed, that was found by a man by the name of Marostica,
Series of investments, yes.
a series of investments. And Marostica is a man who Secord found, or Marostica found Secord, but it was a Secord connection, right?
That's correct.
And so Marostica presented a series of investments to General Secord, am I correct?
Through a mutual friend, yes.
Through a mutual friend, but through that friend to General Secord?
That's right.
And General Secord treated you as a partner in these investments?
That's correct.
And he asked you to disperse the money from the enterprise that you needed to have as earnest money for these investments. Is that correct?
I don't recall whether he asked me to disperse it from the enterprise, but I do recall that he asked me to make the funds available.
And you did make them available from the enterprise?
That's correct.
And did Mr. Secord have money anywhere else that you controlled other than in these accounts of the enterprise?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Well, did you control any other money of General Secord other than what was in these accounts of the enterprise being managed by CSF?
No, sir.
Now, one of the transfers was $150,000.
Yes.
And that was to be invested in the machine gun company and in the food processing company?
And I believe also a timber project, yes.
Well, do you recall that there was a separate transfer, and it's shown in Exhibit 37, of $100,000 to the timber transaction?
Did you say Exhibit 37?
I believe so, but let me check it. Look at Exhibit 37. Do you recall investing $100,000 in the timber transaction on behalf of you and General Secord?
I remember the transaction, Mr. Lyman, but not necessarily by referring to this exhibit.
you remember dispersing the 100,000,
Yes, I do.
and you remember you dispersed it to a firm in Seattle, which was representing you in the transaction.
A law firm, yes.
Now, if you look at this exhibit, well, first, am I correct that this was another one of these Marostica deals?
Yes, sir.
And did you testify to us, it's the May 23rd deposition, but I don't think that you're going to need it to refresh your recollection, that the timber deal was a fascinating issue, that we were going to put in $100,000 and end up with millions of dollars in no time?
I also remember saying I thought it was too good to be true.
It was, yes, but that's the way it was presented to you.
Yes.
Now, if you look at exhibit...
Mr. Lyman, just to make it clear, I think the rest of that transcript as I recall it, Mr. Hakim said that he was skeptical initially, and he thought that it really didn't make sense.
I understand that, but you were willing to put $100,000 up because this was a project that your partner really was favorably inclined to,
Well,
despite your skepticism.
He thought it was something that we should follow up, and I believe that I generated at a later date a plan of action that step number one required for me to arrange for a total investigation, and I indeed did investigate that with the help of Mr. Zucker.
But $100,000 is not pocket money even for you. You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you put $100,000 up despite your skepticism.
With the lawyer.
And did you put the $100,000 into this deal because it was recommended to you by someone?
You're correct, sir.
And who was the person who you were relying on in that recommendation?
General Secord.
Now, the transaction, if you look at 37, which is a letter from the Seattle firm to Zucker, refers to the fact that there was going to be a $5 million loan by CSF in connection with the transaction, so that it appears that there was going to be a $100,000 equity investment and then a very, very big loan, very leveraged transaction. Does that ring any bell with you?
Yes, it does. The reason I said it was too good to be true, we were brought into this by believing that the investment required would be only $100,000, but as we started to talk to the principals, the land bank, the story completely changed. And this is a report indicating what the position of the other party was.
Well, and if you look at the third page in this exhibit, it's a consent to action of shareholders, and on the fourth page, your signature appears along with Secord and Royer, am I correct?
That's correct.
And this referred to if you look at it, it referred to the fact that there would be a subscription price of $1,500,000 in cash. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question that I'm putting, was this money that was going to be advanced by CSF going to be coming out of the enterprise?
We talked to CSF about giving us a loan. CSF's attitude and position was that they were going to use the money in the enterprise as collateral, but this never happened.
And it never happened because when you finally finished the investigation, you concluded that this was not a good deal,
Or a real deal,
realistic deal.
yes.
Now, if you also testified about the fact that on the original Calero transactions, the Contra arms transactions, General Secord told you that the enterprise wouldn't receive a normal markup and that you'd have to operate with a much lower percentage. Is that correct?
I remember that.
And you've also indicated that you yourself were not involved in the pricing of the arms to Calero. Is that so?
That's so.
Nor were you involved in their procurement.
That's correct.
And the procurement was handled by General Secord, either with the Canadian company or with Mr. Klein's. Is that so?
That's correct.
Excuse me.
Now, sorry. If you were, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Lyman, I believe during the deposition I mentioned that I had a minor role in the first transaction with the Canadian firm, that I paid a visit to the Portuguese company to assess them. Outside of that, I had no further role.
Did you play any role in fixing the prices?
No, sir.
Now, if you look at Exhibit 30, I'm almost finished. Do you recognize Exhibit 30 as one of the documents that you produced for us?
It was among one of the documents that I produced to you.
And in this case, do you recognize that this is one of the documents that was under seal in Switzerland?
I believe so, sir, yes.
Now, whose writing is the first page in, if you know?
It's very close to General Secord's handwriting, but I cannot be as sure as I was when I was looking at other documents. It's
Who gave you this document?
to the best of my recollection, General Secord.
Now, if this document relates to what we have called Airlift 1 to Calero, and there's another document that's been introduced that reflects these items. If you look at the first page, am I correct that the purchase cost was $188,300? That's what's listed there as the total cost?
Yes, sir.
And that the selling price was $307,200?
Yes, sir.
And I can tell you that that price corresponds with Calero records. And the profit was $118,900.
This is what this document shows, yes.
And on top of that, were you aware that Mr. Calero was being billed for the freight and insurance?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I will represent to you that that's what the Calero records show.
Okay, sir.
That, were you aware that the lower than usual markup on this transaction amounted to approximately 61%, excluding the transportation costs which were billed through?
By just looking at this one particular document, your calculation is correct, but I don't know whether this is a complete picture.
That this is what?
I'm not sure whether this is the complete picture.
Well, this is the document that you produced on Airlift 1, and it corresponds with every other record we have on Airlift 1.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, it was amongst the documents that General Secord had given me. I had not studied it, and the document was DHL'd to the committees, and we didn't have even the time to examine it.
Well,
your information, I don't doubt your
no.
information.
And if I were to compute the percentage as a percentage of the selling price, it comes out to something like 38.4%, a markup of above cost of 61, and the profit as a percentage of selling price was something in the neighborhood of 38%.
Fine.
And I take it that you did not fix those markups.
That's correct.
Now, if you look at the last page, was that given to you by General Secord?
Yes, sir. You're talking about H02592, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And I will state for the record that that pertains to Sea Lift number 1 to Calero. If you look at it, am I correct, it reflects a cost of $1,231,000. Is the problem that it's been punched through?
Right. That's
so I
correct.
can give you the numbers. The cost was $1,231,000. The price, selling price, exclusive of the transportation, well, inclusive of the transportation costs, was $1,838,525. It was inclusive of $175,000 of prepaid freight.
Yes, sir.
And the profit was $606,725. That may be punched through on your copy, but
yes,
that's what it shows. And were you aware at the time that the markup was something in the neighborhood of 50% on this transaction?
No, sir. All along, I was under the impression that the markup was around 30%.
And if you computed the profit margin by just a percentage of what the selling price was, it's about a third on this one.
In other words,
if I took the selling...
From the top.
From the top.
From the top, yes.
Now, again, the prices here were fixed by Secord?
Yes, sir.
And the exhibit, I will just state for the... Well, look at Exhibit 32. that's another one of the records that you produced for us from the records that were sealed in Switzerland?
What's it? I don't have a listing of
I will represent to you that that's where
Fine.
we got them.
Okay, sir.
I'm not sure this is one that was produced from under seal, but I do recognize the document too.
Well, do you recall it was produced with the records that were just preceding it? All of the information on your arms transactions were produced to us at the same time and from the same source. Doesn't that refresh your recollection that they were sealed by you in Switzerland?
There were two sets of documents. One set sealed and another set was not. Same day, yes.
Okay. And did General Secord give you these records? What they reflect is what defects in Portugal charged Transworld for the arms involved in Airlift 1.
I don't think that's...
I don't think we are looking at the same document.
Exhibit 32 is a
Oh,
memorandum.
31, I'm sorry. 31.
Oh, that's better.
You have that? You recognize those?
Yes, sir.
They were given to you by General Secord?
I believe so.
And did you understand that they reflected the price that Defex was charging Transworld for the arms that you bought from Transworld and shipped to Calero?
Mr. Lyman, this is part of the set of documents that were kept under seal with the court official in Switzerland, and I did not get to see this until it was produced during our last deposition.
You didn't study them at the time?
No, sir.
At the time they were given to you by General Secord?
That's correct.
And
Excuse me,
therefore...
Mr. Lyman, I think what he's saying is that these documents were given to him by CSF, and they were placed under seal in Switzerland. I don't think he's saying that they were given...
What is the fact? I mean, I'm not interested in something that's not accurate. CSF gave you these documents?
I'm taking this for granted that the deposition is known to everyone. During the deposition, I said that we did not study the package that was sent to us by CSF, and we immediately that day put it under seal.
Yes, but did you get this, were these records that came from Secord?
Originally came from Secord.
Originally from Secord.
Left with CSF at the request of my Swiss attorney. It was sent to us, and we kept it under seal.
Mr. Chairman, I will just simply note for the record that these records reflect that the price to Transworld for the arms on Airlift 1 was a net price of $137,000, that the price to Mr. Secord and Mr. Hakim's company was $188,000, and the price to Calero was $307,000. And we thank you for providing us with these records, because we did not have them before in this form.
You're welcome, Mr. Lyman, but I have one question. Did you say 137? The document I'm looking at says 152,500.
Yes, but then there was a rebate on that of $15,000 or so dollars. That's how we netted it out, 137.
Okay, sir.
Now, one last transaction that you testified on arms involved what you called the stranded shipment.
I recall
Correct.
that.
And that was a shipment, or that was a transaction in which the profit was allocated on August 27, 1986.
Correct.
And that's well after the date on which either you recall or Secord recalls any discussion in which he purported to relinquish his interest, correct?
Yes, yes.
And just so that it's clear what that involved was that these were munitions that were paid for out of the enterprise with a view toward shipping them to the Contras, correct?
Correct.
And when you reviewed your records originally with us, you thought that the price was $1,700,000. I gather that after looking at more records, you indicated on your examination by Mr. Niels that the price was somewhere over $2 million, to one or something like that.
That's correct, because there was a down payment.
Now, on this transaction, just tell me if I understand what happened is correct, that Mr. Kleins said that this was going to be your last shipment to the Contras, correct?
Mr. Kleins and myself both.
Yes. And that was because Congress had now voted to allow the United States to get back into direct support of the Contras on military aid.
That's correct.
And therefore, both you and Kleins took the position that you ought to maximize your profit on this last transaction.
That's correct.
Now, the decision on whether this should be done was left to Mr. Secord.
That is correct, but I also testified that in general he disagreed with our attitude.
But in the end,
He made a decision.
and the decision was that you could maximize your profit.
I did not do the calculation, sir. So testified.
Well, you didn't do the calculation then, you testified. You've done it now, haven't you, with us?
Yes.
And you understand that this maximization of profit consisted of depositing in the profit accounts of you and General Secord and Mr. Kleins and was it?
Cytec.
Cytec, an amount of $861,000.
I believe that's the correct amount.
So somewhere in the neighborhood of 40% of the cost of the weapons was deposited in the profit accounts.
Based on those payments that we could identify based on the 2.1.
Right. And then, and this was done on August 27, 1986.
That's correct.
And so the $861,000 was split up so that you got 30% of it, General Secord got 30% in his account, Mr. Kleins got 30%, and Cytec got 10%.
Well, out of fairness to General Secord, I must say that I testified that I did not change my pattern. My testimony says effectively what you're saying is correct, Mr. Lyman.
Well, I want it to be accurate out of fairness to General Secord and to the record. When you say effectively what I'm saying is correct, did you or did you not allocate this on a 30-30-30-10 basis.
That is correct.
And was 30% allocated
To Corral.
To Corral.
That is correct.
And there's no doubt in your mind well, let me phrase it differently. Was the money in Corral money that was allocated for General Secord?
That's how it started.
And did General Secord know that Corral was the company in which his money was being deposited?
Correct.
And when you reviewed the records, you reviewed records that showed what the balance was in Corral. Is that correct?
We went over that, yes, that's correct.
And when General Secord approved maximizing the profit on the last transaction, was he told what the number was that you were going to take as profit and split among these accounts?
I'm afraid I don't understand the
Well-
question. Was he
Well, you
told by
said-
whom?
Well, you
By-
said that the decision on
he-
maximizing the profit was left to General Secord,
Yes,
and that he ultimately decided that you should do it, correct?
the figures so show, yes.
Well,
He-
the figures just show that it was done.
Mr. Lyman, if I recall correctly, I testified that I was not around when this decision was made.
Well, who was authorized besides you at this point to tell CSF how to distribute this profit?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I said I did not change my pattern. I must have told CSF to distribute it as we have been doing it. 10, 30, 30, 30.
And did you do it
Yes.
after you were told by General Secord that it was okay?
Yes, yes.
And I don't want to push you into an answer that
No.
isn't correct. Is
No.
that correct?
No, that is correct, but the point that I'm trying to bring out is that I am not sure whether General Secord knew what I was doing. That's the only point that I'm trying to bring out. He must have told me what the amount was, and I told CSF to distribute it as before. That's the only issue that I'm trying to add to what you have brought out.
Well, Mr. Hakim, the weapons had not yet been sold, correct?
I testified that I did not know that, sir.
Well, did you understand you were distributing the profit based on what you had just paid for the weapons or on a purchase, on a sales price?
My understanding was that when we purchased the weapons, at that time we distributed the profit.
So you were distributing...
That's why I referred to it as stranded shipment. I did not know how General Secord was handling the shipment.
So you, in effect, took a commission off of the purchase price of these weapons.
Yes,
And this was going to be a whopping commission because it was the last transaction,
well,
or a
that's
bigger commission than the
bigger
other.
commission, yes.
And what was it that you left for General Secord to decide? That's what I'd like to know.
I didn't leave anything for General Secord to decide. I was taking orders from him. So what I'm trying to say that he was handling it. I believe that at that time I was busy with the second channel. Are we going past each other?
No, I'm trying to find out what was the proposition that was presented to General Secord. You said that you and Klein's
We
wanted
wanted to
do this,
maximize our profit.
but what was it that General Secord was told and asked to decide?
Like I testified.
I think you do. I think he's testified that that they made the recommendation to General Secord and that the decision about the amount of profit was left to him.
Okay, and that, I just wanted to be sure that it was
I
accurate
testified
on
that,
the
sir.
record,
Oh, yes.
and that you weren't being pushed into an answer
No, sir.
that's not correct. That's correct.
I'm very careful not to testify wrongly.
Now, finally, there is now presently, as I understand it, in Merrill Lynch in London, some $6.67 million.
This is the result of our investigation of yesterday, yes.
And is that money blocked?
Yes, sir.
And there's another $1.4 million in bank accounts that was not distributed as profit of the enterprise in Switzerland. Is that roughly correct?
That's also frozen, yes.
And that's frozen.
Yes.
Now, you testified that when you started on the Iran initiative, none of the surplus was supposed to be for your personal financial benefit.
You're referring to the first channel?
The first channel.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a different understanding on this profit with respect to the second channel?
Yes, and I believe I testified to that.
And with whom did you have that understanding?
I testified that everyone involved on both sides, American and Iranian sides, they both were aware of that.
Are you prepared to deed over this money to the United States government?
Mr. Lyman, I have so many questions about this money and the enterprise in my mind that you cannot imagine. Not being able to clarify those questions in my mind, I don't think I am in a position to do so.
Well, there's one acid test of whether you consider the money yours and your partners, or whether you consider it money that belongs to the United States, and that's whether you're prepared to deed it over. I take it the answer is you're not.
You're right.
Mr. Lyman,
And,
excuse me. I think I ought to interject.
well, I think that he's answered the question. And
It's not a question of acid tests. This is their commitments. It's a business. We have to look at it. We see who are the people are involved. Definitely the U.S. government is one of the elements. What I'm saying is it's not a question of doing a heroic thing and passing any acid tests. It's a business situation, and it should be treated as such.
And one of the commitments that you're referring to, or liabilities, is the commitment to this group of intermediaries who introduced you to the second channel.
Also, there are bills unpaid. We haven't paid.
Well, let's talk about that one. I know you have some
And-
other bills as well.
And also myself. There are a lot of issues that are not clarified, need to be.
Mr. Hakim, the question is whether you expect that the United States government should be paying out of proceeds of U.S. arms sales money that was necessary for you to offer to various intermediaries in order to open up a second channel.
Is your question, Mr. Lyman, whether Mr. Hakim believes that the United States government has a claim to
Should
some
recognize that obligation that you made?
I like to address it differently. Definitely it is an obligation of the enterprise. If we ever decide what the enterprise is, I believe then we can answer your question.
Well, I think that's a good answer. At this moment, The enterprise, as you see it, is still there?
Effectively, yes, there is a monster sitting there with a few heads.
And how long do you contemplate that the enterprise will continue?
All depends how cooperative we all can be.
And one of the things that you define as cooperation is satisfying obligations to the third parties, fair to say?
No, that's not what I tried to communicate. I was trying to communicate that there are legal matters involved with this. There are different countries involved with this, and it takes cooperation on the part of all people to try to resolve this.
Well, do you not have, subject to the blocking order, the power today to dispose of that money?
I have to examine that, sir. I don't think I have.
Do you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have not addressed this thing for a long time. I need to check to see if I can do that or not.
Do you expect some of that money out of these enterprise accounts for your own benefit?
Yes, sir.
Have you defined in your own mind how much?
I had bigger problems to deal with. I never sat down to do that yet.
Last question. Mr. Zucker is, as you understand it, covered by Swiss secrecy laws, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's a person who you had deal with Mrs. North and who has other information that would be of some importance to this committee. You recognize that?
I do.
Are you prepared to waive your Swiss confidentiality rights with respect to Mr. Zucker?
Mr. Lyman, I'm going to answer that question. The short answer is no. The longer answer is that, as we are all aware, there is an independent counsel's investigation going on parallel to the investigation of these committees. Under those circumstances, there is no way we could even consider waiving any privileges so long as Mr. Hakim is still subject to potential prosecution. If the independent counsel were to take a different position and provide protection to my client in a manner that satisfied me was full protection, then we would be willing to revisit that issue, and we might well be willing to consider the request. But at this time, it is simply an academic question, and I'm sure that you, as an experienced criminal defense attorney, understand that under these circumstances, we really couldn't even consider it.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. Thank you.
The hearing will stand in recess until 10:45. The hearing will please come to order. Chair recognizes Congressman Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I have a very short period of time, and I want to cover 2 or 3 areas. I'm sure that all of the the panel members are somewhat intrigued by the Channel 2 operation, primarily because of our interest not only in what has occurred in the past, but also to try to look to the future when there are other negotiations with any country, not only Iran. So the questions very quickly as to Channel 2, as well as Channel 1, I want to make sure, not from the success or lack of success of your negotiations, because after all, Iran agreed, and according to your testimony, the U.S. agreed to the 9 points, which probably we ought to refer to by some name. How do you like the Hakim Accords? Is that
I'm honored, sir.
Well, we've had Camp David Accords and all of these others. I see no reason, since you negotiated these, not to refer to these as the Hakim Accords. In Channel 1 negotiations, that is the first time that you had met Colonel North.
That's correct.
And you only had a very short time, as I understand it, there in Frankfurt, Germany, to be briefed by Secord and by North. Is that correct?
And the 2 other members.
Yes. And at the time you went into Channel 1 negotiations, at that time you were the interpreter and you were the only American that spoke Farsi.
That's correct.
And so they had to rely entirely upon your interpretation.
During the course of the meeting, sir, yes.
And during the course of those meetings, you discovered that the interpretations that were being placed upon the conversation by your previous acquaintance,
Mr. Ghorbanifar, yes.
Mr. Ghorbanifar, was inaccurate, and you had to take a more active role at that time.
That's correct.
And as you took a more active role, you were trying to keep the 2 sides together, as I understand the situation.
That's very correct.
And in effect, you became somewhat of an American negotiator, even in Channel 1, because the responsibility was thrust upon you as you sized up the situation.
That's the way I would size it up.
All right, sir. And then after Channel 1 negotiations had failed, you continued with some discourse and conversation with acquaintances until you got to the Channel 2 negotiations.
Yes, sir.
And during the Channel 2 negotiations, Colonel North produced the 7 points which were rejected.
Yes, sir.
He gave up, left for Washington, Secord left, and the last instructions that you received was to see if you can work something out, because you only have 6 hours before I report to the President that the Channel 2 negotiations are dead. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you were left alone to negotiate in behalf of the United States with the Iranians in Channel 2 at that point. Is that correct?
Effectively, yes.
And you did make the 7 points more flexible by dropping some items and adding 2 new ones.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you obtained the agreement of the Iranians on what I refer to as the Hakim Accords. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And at that point, you called Washington to tell Colonel North and to send him the new agenda, the Hakim 9-point Hakim Accords, to get the approval of the United States. Is that correct?
Well, the essence of it is correct, sir. I asked him to wait until we could send him a KL-43 describing the 9 points.
Which you did.
Which we did.
And then the message came back that the U.S. had approved.
Yes, sir.
And your understanding was that Colonel North had to go to Poindexter and to the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That was my understanding, sir.
And as a matter of fact, Colonel North called you back and said, fine, we have agreed.
I believe he talked to General Secord.
All
General
right.
Secord was back by then.
Now, I know you've been somewhat indirectly critical maybe of yesterday of the negotiations by the Secretary of State and other people. You were able to negotiate in a short period of time this agreement.
Well, I was not critical of the Secretary of State, sir. I was trying to say that Mr. Lyman was focusing on that particular one day, and my statement was that under the circumstances, I could do a better job. I spoke the language, I understood the culture, and the Secretary of State, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't speak Farsi and doesn't know the Iranian culture.
I understand. Now, from the congressional standpoint, looking at future negotiations, I want to ask some very direct questions rather quickly. At the time that you entered into negotiations in Channel 1 and in Channel 2, you had a very brief time, to say the least, to be briefed about the position of the U.S. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you were negotiating in Channel 2 on behalf of the United States, you had a direct financial interest in the outcome because you were going to have a business and enterprise, commercial enterprise, in Iran. Is that correct?
That was one of the motivations.
At the time that you were negotiating on behalf of the United States in Channel 2, you did not have any secret clearance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time that you were negotiating for the United States in Channel 2, it was well known to General Secord and North that you had previously been affiliated with Ed Wilson, who is serving a prison sentence now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had been a friend of Mr. Wilson. Is that correct?
Definitely not, sir. An enemy of Mr. Wilson.
I'll give you a
I
chance to
sued him.
correct that. You sued him because you loaned him some money?
Well, it was more than that. I cannot forgive him to have caused my business suffer without my approval, without my knowledge, without my acceptance. He penetrated my financial system, my companies, and for his own personal use.
I read the deposition. As I understand it, at one time, according to your testimony, he had either been an employee of one of your companies. Is that correct?
I had nothing to do with that operation, sir.
But was he an employee of your company?
Well, the way I recall it, sir, Stanford Technology USA, which was
Your company?
which was Stanford Technology SA's subsidiary, was being managed and run by American individuals, and they had total responsibility. They opened an office in or a new company in Washington, and Mr. Turple was employed there, and Mr. Turple brought in Mr. Wilson. How this whole relationship came about, it was foreign to me.
Mr. Jenkins,
Yes.
if I could just add one other thing. Not only did Mr. Hakim abruptly terminate his relationship with Mr. Wilson and Mr. Turple, not only did he effectively sue Mr. Wilson, but earlier I had made reference to the fact that I had met Mr. Hakim some time ago when I was responding to Senator Rudman, and for the record, I met him during the course of an investigation of Mr. Wilson by the United States Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C. Mr. Hakim cooperated with that investigation and in effect was a complaining witness against Mr. Wilson. So I think it's a little unfair to try to have some sort of negative association implied here. I really think
I
that's
appreciate
unfair.
your statement. And let me ask the question, did you in fact, had you loaned Mr. Wilson some money, and the lawsuit that you filed against him was to collect that $20,000 or $30,000?
That was a matter of principle of showing my
had you
disagree-
loaned him the money?
Oh, yes, the money was lent to him. There's
So
no question.
you had some good relationship with him at some point in order to loan him money, did you not?
Well, that was not because I had good relationship with him, sir.
Oh, I see. You've testified earlier that everyone knew that your previous business experience in Iran with other companies, that you have traditionally and historically used the Swiss bank account with multiple companies. And this was well known to General Secord and everyone involved when you were involved in the Channel 2 negotiations. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at the time, during these negotiations, you did not know the any strategic interest that the U.S. might have in the Middle East or any other agreements. You were not briefed on those, were you?
I knew some through just general knowledge. Yes.
But the State Department had not briefed you, or
Oh, no,
anyone
sir.
else
No,
had not
no,
briefed
no,
you at the
they
time you were negotiating this agreement under Channel 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I bring those things out, which you've already testified to, and I appreciate your forthright testimony in that regard, as well as your very forthright testimony about your interest in making money, simply because it will be in the interest of the Congress, I think, to look at, and the executive branch, as to how and under what circumstances negotiations take place. Now, let me go very briefly into, I've been very much interested in listening to your testimony as far as how you and General Secord decide how much profit that you would make. And it's very easy to understand if one is selling an orange to a person for $1 and it costs you 50 cents, you know what the profit is. But as I understand the situation in your enterprise, the enterprise belonging to you and General Secord, this is a different situation because the ultimate purchaser of the arms are not paying you directly for the arms. Your gross income comes from third parties, contributions from third countries, private contributions, profits on the sale of arms to Iran. So really, as far as the profit that you take or the leftover in the enterprise, you really negotiate with yourself as to the amount of profits, do you not?
That's correct.
And that makes it very flexible for you as to whether or not you want to claim 75% or 50% or 30%. Isn't that basically the situation?
You are correct, sir. I referred to this earlier today that there are many questions in my mind about this enterprise, and I cannot find a name for it except a monster with a number of heads.
Well,
You're right. You're
you
absolutely correct.
Simply negotiate with yourselves
Yeah, it's
to decide how much you want to take.
yeah, it has been a very, very unusual experience for me.
I'm sure it has been. Let me go through this network of companies, and I will not name them all. Cytec International, your company?
Effectively, yes.
Does it have any employees?
In a conventional manner, sir?
Yes.
No.
Dolmy, D-O-L-M-Y, one of your corporations?
Yes, it
Does it have any employees?
It did.
Does it now?
Well, right now, it's, I think we are going through a lawsuit.
Toy company?
Just yet.
Toyco?
I think, for the record,
The chair wishes to interrupt at this point. The chair has been patient and understanding and accommodating to the council because of the complex nature of the transactions being described. But if council wishes to continually participate as a witness, I will be compelled to ask you to take the oath.
Mr. Chairman, I was simply trying to
And
point out...
furthermore, from now on, please address the chair when you want to speak.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I was trying to point out, I don't think Mr. Hakim had really finished his answer because he had not had a chance to make it clear that DOMI was the enterprise company dealing with the ship. And I think I just wanted to make that clear.
Why don't you tell that to your client, and he can tell us
Fine.
in his own words.
Ms. Jenkins, I don't think it was clarified that DOMI did have employees, and this company did have fixed assets. We owned this famous ship.
That you bought out of the enterprise money?
Yes, but it was in that company, and this is the company that still has to deal with the lawsuit about the unsettled accounts.
All
And I
right.
believe the ship is arrested for that purpose.
Energy Resources Company, does that company have any employees?
Not in the conventional manner, sir.
Simply a collecting company, is
Yes.
that correct? Alban Values, any employees?
No, sir.
DefX, any employees?
You are talking about DefX Portugal?
No, I'm talking about your DefX.
No. No.
Incidentally, you were buying arms through DefX Portugal, which is a company that you have no connection with, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you set up another company with the same name, DefX. Why did you set that bank account up? And I assume it was a company.
For further confusion, sir.
You succeeded.
Th-
Guff,
that-
Guff Marketing.
that was my
I understand. That was the entire central
Yes.
feature that you had to contribute. You had to confuse the entire issue, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Guff Marketing, any employees?
No, sir.
Hyde Park Square Company, any employees?
No, sir.
Toyco, any employees?
No, sir.
So all of these were what you refer to as off-the-shelf corporations.
Yes.
They'd been formed, and when you needed one, you would tell your Swiss counsel, and he'd reach up and get one, attach a name, bank account for it, and it's another company. Is that right?
Effectively.
Now, in the entire enterprise that is still in existence, you actually prepared the chart that contemplated for future operations. And you had three divisions, Middle East, Africa, and South America. So you were hoping that the enterprise would continue to have these general arms transactions or whatever you may be called upon to do for the future. Is that correct?
Well, I would be happier if you didn't focus on arms. Anything that would be required, including arms, yes.
Including arms.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there was some conversation that Ali may want to go to Angola.
Not conversation, some jokes.
Oh. But after that
That's I believe, the way I testified.
Okay. After that statement was made, at least the African division was set up as well as the Middle East division. This general outline.
The outline was set up. No company was formed for the African operation.
Let's see. I want to get into some definitions very quickly because I think that is confusing. Many times, both General Secord and you have used the term of insurance, and we talk about that with the insurance for Colonel North, the $200,000. We've referred to that, or it has been referred as insurance by General Secord, I believe, on the $2 million. I believe you used the word set aside or reserve.
Reserve, yes.
Now, insurance in the way that you are using it and in the way that General Secord used it does not mean insurance in the conventional sense. It simply means a set aside of money. Is that correct?
The best way to describe it is self-insurance. In other words, setting aside to have that reserve, yes.
And if the insurance is not used because the aircraft or whatever that you have leased is safely returned, then that money becomes a part of the enterprise money.
That's why my chart doesn't show insurance and shows a reserve.
Shows a reserve. Now, in your testamentary agreement on the first $2 million set aside, where you name Secord and North, is that correct?
You're talking to the so-called the will?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I believe that is Exhibit 20. At any rate, maybe 19. Let me see on the first one. Testamentary. When you set that up, wherein North is named, then you made a provision in that agreement, as I understand it, that agreement could not be altered without the signature, the agreement of at least 2 of the 3 of you.
I recall such a text in there.
So that in the event that Secord wanted to change it, he would either have to get the approval of North or of you, because there would have to be 2 or 3. 2 of the 3. Is that correct? Is that the way you interpret that?
Well, I'd like to refer to my attorney here to...
Look at Exhibit 18. I'm sorry, 18. On the second page. We further confirm, and so forth, we shall accept a change in these instructions only with the written approval of any 2 of the 3 individuals named above. Now, if you wanted to change the terms of that, as I understand it, then you would have to have the agreement of
Mr. Jenkins, if I'm not mistaken, it also provides that while the person, or let's take myself as an example, while I'm still alive, I can do anything I want to do with the money. I don't need anyone to approve the movement of the money, including transfer of this money for my own benefit.
One final question. My time is up. If the business of this enterprise is terminated now, is the decision really up to you and General Secord as to what you do with the $2 million reserve, the $2 million reserve accounts?
I don't believe that General Secord and I alone can make a decision on this.
Have any of these corporations, do they file U.S. tax returns? Any of the corporations that you're involved with?
No, sir.
I see. Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you.
Senator McClure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I want to refer first to some rather general questions that arise out of your opening statement. In your opening statement, you mentioned the President of the United States 3 times, and on page 4 you said, and I quote, "Finally, I was told that our Contra activities were being undertaken not only with the approval by, but at the request of the President of the United States," end of quote. Mr. Hakim, who told you that your Contra activities were being undertaken at the request of the President?
To the best of my recollection, General Secord.
Have you ever met the President?
No, I haven't.
Has General Secord ever met the President?
I have a picture of General Secord with the President decorating him.
And that's your only evidence of their meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Your question is in general, or if...
Has General Secord, I just asked, has General Secord ever met the President? Your response was you have a picture that shows the two together. Do you know of any other meetings between General Secord and the President?
Not that I can recall at this time, sir.
What exactly did General Secord tell you about the President's role in this affair?
I don't believe he described his role for me in this affair, except saying that it was approved by the President.
Now, you believed, and you so testified, that this had the approval of the President of the United States.
Yes, sir.
Why do you believe that?
I believe I also mentioned in my opening statement my trust in General Secord. I have a lot of respect for General Secord. I always have had.
So it came primarily from your relationship with General Secord, the representations that he made to you?
Well, it's more than that, Senator. What I'm trying to say that it is not only because what he said, it's also because what he is. For me, General Secord has a great, he is an image of a great American. He's been a general. He has performed in various roles, work for the U.S. government. It is his total structure, his background, everything is not just what he said.
Now, you've described that relationship several times and in several different ways, and I accept that. But aside from what you were told and what you assumed, do you have any personal knowledge that the President of the United States was aware of your involvement and your activities?
No, sir.
I want to turn back now to an earlier deposition and some of your testimony with respect to the accounts. On Friday, May the 22nd, 1987, you gave testimony under oath in the nature of the deposition. Do you recall that occasion?
Yes, I do.
Turning now to page 123 of that deposition. You're being questioned by Mr. Niels about various accounts in the financial labyrinth that you have constructed. And Mr. Niels asks you, quote, "How about Button?" And you respond on page 123, line 25, quote, "That was set aside," end of quote. On page 130, line 12, you respond, "For death benefits for families," and at that time you indicated that it was for families of pilots and air transport people airlifting material to the Contras. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On page 130, line 6, you also testified that the account did not refer to anyone's name.
I'm sorry.
Page 130, line 6.
Yes, sir.
So on Friday, the 22nd of May, this account was set up for pilots and the airlift operation, didn't refer to anybody's name. And then 2 days ago, you testified, and I'll refer to the transcript of that testimony 2 days ago, page 62. Is the line number? You have that? You testified in response to Mr. Neal's question that the Button account was established on May 20, 1986. and that it did in fact refer to a specific person. This time you said Lieutenant Colonel North. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you met North in February 1986, and you testified further that you formed an emotional bond to North and you were still very attached to him. And on page 64 of your testimony you said, and I quote, "I really love this man," end quote. On your deposition on May the 24th, that's the third day of your depositions, I think you have that with you, and you stated on page 13, you responded to a question regarding Oliver North, beginning at line 4, quote, "I did not get to know Oliver North as testified earlier until Frankfurt meeting, February 86, and I did not become close to Oliver North until we got into the second channel. So my involvement with Oliver North really in a substantial way did not occur until September or October 1986. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You said it was a short encounter, but under an intense environment. We became extremely close. I think that was your testimony.
Yes, sir.
So basically your testimony is that you developed an intense relation, the intense portion of your relationship with Colonel North after having met him in February of 1986 and seeing him very little between that time and the following fall, but you had developed an intense relationship in the absence of very much contact.
Yes. I don't understand the question now.
Well, and then before you had developed a very close relationship, because you testified you didn't get to know him very well until you got into the second channel, and the second channel was in the fall. But before you got into the second channel and before you got to know him very well, you established this account for him on May the 20th. Is that correct?
Just before his departure for Tehran, sir. I still don't understand the question. The only understanding that I have is that you're taking parts of my testimony which are
Well,
correct. They're correct. Yes,
Each of these parts is correct, and I'm just I'm trying to make certain that you still testify that indeed you hadn't known him before February, you hadn't seen him very much until you got into the second channel,
yes,
but in that period of time when you hadn't seen him very much, you got very close to him, and you established a $200,000 account in his name.
I also testified that I learned quite a bit about him through General Secord, and I also testified that during the May activity, we were going through a very, very emotional situation. We had issues such as what happened to Buckley in mind. The group was getting ready to go to Tehran. I said it was very intense, emotional time, Senator.
I understand, but I just want to point out for the record, to make the record very clear, that it was 3 months after you first met him and 5 months before you would become close to him that you claimed this close relationship that led to the establishment of the account.
But I also said the account was first established for his death benefit.
But you earlier on, just May the 22nd, said the account was established for death benefits for the Contra pilots.
Well, Senator, if we should go over the whole testimony, you will see in the bank documents there are a number of entries for the same amount, and the testimony would reflect that there was a confusion. And
so your testimony now is that on May the 22nd you were confused about which account you were talking about that was set up for the benefit of the pilots.
I think that it's well reflected there that we were looking at least 3 entries that either one of them could have been.
Mr. Niels didn't say, how about the $200,000 account? Mr. Niels said, how about Button? And it was in response to that question you said that it was set aside for the benefit of the families of the pilots.
Then I said that it was very possible that we used the same account for the educational purposes, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
Mr. Hakim, was Colonel North an individual who was security conscious? Was he conscious of his security and the needs for security?
Physical security is, you mean, sir?
His own personal security and that of his family.
I'm having trouble understanding your focus on security. You're talking about being killed, attacked?
I'm talking about another subject now.
Yes, sir.
Hadn't he taken elaborate precautions to safeguard the operational security by using KL-43 encryption devices?
Oh, operationally secure, yes, I would say that.
Hadn't he had security installed at his residence?
I do not know the details of that. The only thing that I can recall was that at a later date, some action was being taken to do something about having security at his home. Why? And
were you aware that he'd gone to great lengths to keep personal information about himself and his family away from the media?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Isn't it true that he was careful about not being photographed?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you or he ever talk about whether or not he felt personally threatened because of his work?
We always had this fear. I don't know whether we ever discussed this. All of us, we had this fear that our lives could be endangered.
Yeah, and you're careful about your own personal life, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Your contacts with people or strange situations?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be normal to expect that Mr. North would have instructed his family to be sensitive to such unusual occurrences and approaches? An approach such as a prelude to a kidnapping or an assassination attempt?
Senator, I have no knowledge how he related to his family, sir.
Yeah. Do you believe it would be reasonable to expect that the wife of such a person as Colonel North, whose personal security was a constant concern, would accept the offer of an unknown individual to fly to Philadelphia for a meeting with a stranger without first consulting her husband?
In my mind, I cannot understand how I should connect it to, say,
right.
I don't see the connection between the trip and security.
If as you have previously testified, you were interested in the well-being of Colonel North's family, and you did not wish to compromise him in any way or get him on the hook, why would you suggest a tactic which would almost certainly have been brought to his attention by his wife in having Mr. Zucker contact Mrs. North?
Why did I do that?
Mm-hmm.
I think I answered that question, that I felt close to North and his family. I put the wheel into motion, and if it would have gotten off the ground, they had the option of accepting or refusing it.
Mr. Hakim, I've heard your testimony on that. Frankly, I found the account to be incredible. Much about your testimony I think is very forthright, very candid, is very believable, but this part I find incredible.
Maybe
So incredible to me that I can't help but ask you the question. It seems to me that you know Colonel North's wife would have told him of Mr. Zucker's approach, so that I can only conclude that your approach to Mrs. North through Mr. Zucker was intended to compromise Colonel North. Do you have any comment?
Yes, sir. With regard to compromising Colonel North, I totally disagree with that conclusion. With regard to your reasoning about Colonel North knowing about this, I believe I testified that I find that unusual if he didn't know, and I also testified that General Secord knew about this. So the missing link that you're looking for probably could have been closed through General Secord, not directly through me.
2 days ago and again yesterday, you testified that it was Mr. Zucker who told you Colonel North could not be provided for as you had wished in a legal manner. Did Mr. Zucker inform you of the details of Mrs. North's meeting with him?
No, sir.
Had Zucker told you that he concluded that there was no legal way in which this could be done?
He told me that he had not so far been able to find a way.
Why then did you pursue the idea of getting Mrs. North a job and paying her money far in excess of her efforts or apparent skills?
I am afraid I do not understand your question.
Well, you were trying to
Find her a job, a
find her
part-time
a
job.
job in a way to channel her some money that she hadn't earned.
Well, I don't believe that's what I testified. I believe I testified that even if he could not, if she could not qualify, we would have paid her that money. We were not sure whether she would qualify or not.
Why would you
that was an
pursue
avenue that we were trying to pursue.
Why would you pursue, as Mr. Lewis testified yesterday morning, a sham real estate commission with a reimbursement to the donor? Wouldn't that still be illegal?
Well, I cannot express an opinion about Mr. Lewis's testimony. I watched it on TV. I found a few areas that were not consistent with the way Mr. Zucker operates. Mr. Zucker is a very honorable man, very discreet. I found that to be unusual for Mr. Zucker to tell Mr. Lewis about the White House and all that. I cannot pass a judgment about that.
What was there about Mr. Lewis's testimony that doesn't square with the facts as you know them?
I don't know the facts, sir. What I am saying, I found that very unusual for Mr. Zucker to say that it was for the wife of a White House official. Mr. Zucker is very discreet. He is very professional. He's very honorable. I believe the part of Mr. Lewis's testimony that he said that he could have been influenced by the news media is the answer to my question.
Let me ask it this way. You think Mr. Lewis must be in error when he says that Mr. Zucker told him he was trying to pass some money to the wife of a White House official?
I am saying that I find this not to be in line. I have known Mr. Zucker for many years, sir. It's more than 15 years. I have worked with him very closely. The man, I'm repeating myself, please forgive me, he's very honorable, he's a good lawyer, he's very discreet. The asset, the real asset of being a fiduciary is to be discreet.
And you just can't believe that that he would be that indiscreet as to have said it that bluntly.
I find that very unusual, sir.
Yeah. Were you ever concerned that in your efforts to aid the North family, you were actually creating potential problems for them?
I was consulting a lawyer not to create a problem, sir.
Let me switch for a moment. Mr. Hakim, you've testified that you established 5 named capital accounts: Hakim, C.T., Correll, Cytec, and Button.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that, first of all, obviously Hakim is you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
no pseudonym, it's not even a secret.
That's right.
Yeah. That CT was Tom Klein's account, and you'd reversed his initials to name that account.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that Hakim was your profit account.
Out of the several sub-accounts, yes.
Yes. You indicated that Cytec was a mirror account of STTGI, and its initials would match STTGI. I think referring to your testimony. Which date? Day before yesterday? Day before yesterday on page 55. You described the The third, Corel, was assets for General Secord, and 1/3 to the CT account that represents Tom Klein's account, and the 10% went to SciTech, and I'm quoting now, which if you look at the complete name of SciTech, it is SciTech Trading Group, and if you separate Sci from Tech, you will notice that the abbreviation will form again STTGI, and this was chosen by design to reflect the offshore company of STTGI. That was my design and my idea, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
How did you come up with the name Corel?
This was an off-the-shelf company that existed. I believe my testimony says that
it was already there. It
for a
had
different
nothing
purpose.
to do with the fact that it's alliterative with General
No, sir,
Secord's
no.
name.
Not at all, not at all.
Hakim, you indicated the name Button came from a joke you had with Mr. Zucker. Is that correct?
That's right.
And that it applied to death benefits. Do you know Bob Dutton?
Yes, I do.
What role did he play in the operation?
His operation was limited to the Contras, sir.
When was he hired?
I believe sometimes in '86. I'm not quite
I
sure.
think the record would show he was hired on May the 2nd, 1986.
Yes, sir.
That sounds approximately correct to you.
Approximately correct,
I think that I will represent to you that's what the record would show. And that was just 18 days before the Button account was opened. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You've shown a logical reason for the naming of each of the other accounts. If you drop the D from Dutton and add B, which is Bob, you get Bob Dutton or Button. Is that the derivation of that account's name?
No, sir. You have also a document as one of the exhibits that clearly refers to belly button. It was even in the newspapers today.
Was that notation on the original document?
Which document are you referring to,
The
Senator?
one that you just referred to? Or was that notation added to the document at some later date?
No, what I'm trying to say that the assumption that B. Button referred to Bob Dutton has nothing to do with the intentional
Well,
operation.
I understand that, but you raised the question of the document that shows the account with the name Mrs. Bellybutton. And I'm asking you if the notation Mrs. Bellybutton wasn't added to that document at a later date.
That document, I don't know when that document was created, sir.
Yeah.
I don't know when that document was generated.
I might also note that that document shows a transfer of $15,000 on the date that Mr. Dutton was hired.
I don't see the relation.
Mr. Chairman, may I have just a few more minutes? Thank you, sir. Mr. Hakim, on April 20, 1987, you appeared in Paris, France, pursuant to an arrangement with House Counsel. You may recall that I was present at that meeting representing the Senate committee. It was my understanding that you were providing the committee with all records that you have, quote, that relate to the receipt or disbursement of funds relating to the sale of tows and hawks to Iran, to the pursuing of the initiative of the United States toward Iran, and to the raising of an expenditure of monies to support the anti-government forces in Nicaragua, end of quote. I think that came from your statement at that time.
Yes.
Could we have excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may we have a copy of that statement?
You don't have the deposition that covers that date?
Just a moment.
Without delaying the committee at this time, let me represent to you that that's what the deposition states. The only exception you made to providing all documents were those that were then held under seal in Switzerland, as I understand. Mr. Hakim, is it correct that within the last few weeks you have produced additional documents some from California and some from your Swiss attorney?
That's correct.
Many of these documents have turned out to be central to this investigation, including wills and management agreements. How do you explain the fact that you did not produce these documents at the April meeting in Paris?
Yeah, I have that other line of questions, the original question.
Mr. Senator, if I recall correctly, the context of the testimony was the documents that I had in my possession I could make available. At the time, I did not have access to the documents in my home in California. I mentioned about the sealed set of documents, and there were also additional documents that under subpoena was provided.
Are there any other documents that you're aware of or have access to that relate in any way to this investigation?
Yes. Yeah, I want to get
Not that I'm currently aware of, sir.
Mr. Hakim, will you continue to work with the committee to provide any other information or documents that relate to this investigation?
Definitely.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I wanted the record to be clear that in April, Mr. Hakim and his attorney had represented that this bag of documents, and I think there were 7 folders, or it was a large volume, were all the documents there were. Very recently, just last week, I believe, we got some other documents. And I hope that the chairman will keep this witness subject to the subpoena and not release him, and that the staff will continue to work to develop the further records which may yet be developed.
You may be assured of that, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make one reference to the deposition transcript?
Please do.
At that deposition on April 20th, Mr. Niels, the witness said, in response to a question from Mr. Niels, with regard to whether these were all the documents, he said, yes, to the best of my knowledge, although it is possible that further analysis of the records I've identified might lead to some additional records. And I think what Mr. Hakim was saying was that that did happen, additional requests were made, and additional documents were produced pursuant to those requests.
I think the recitation of that question and the answer is accurate insofar as it goes, and I don't question that. All I want to point out is that it was over a month later before the other documents, such as these testamentary trusts, were provided to this committee. And all I'm trying to indicate...
return home, Mr. Senator.
What I'm trying to indicate is we have the documents which you have given us. We have no way of knowing, except by your testimony, whether that's all the documents that there are. We have not pursued and cannot pursue the accuracy of the documents provided by you to us. Once again, we have to accept on the basis of what you have given us their truth and their veracity. We have been able through staff to check a number of other places, and I should indicate that where cross-references have been available to us, they have substantiated the accuracy of the records which you have provided. But it's been a painstaking process, and the staff is not yet, as we sit here today, certain that we have all the information, because there are large gaps in the information which have been provided, and that those large gaps are outside of our control and presumably within your control. And yet they're not explained as we sit here today, and that's the reason I made the request to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before recognizing Senator Sarbanes, I wish to make an announcement. A special meeting of the panel as both House and Senate will convene in room 305 immediately after the adjournment of this morning's session. A subject of grave importance will be discussed. I urge all of you, together with the senior staff members, to be present at this meeting. Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I want to look at the structure and dimension of the enterprise, which you earlier said raises so many questions in your mind, and I think at one point you said, what is the enterprise?
Yes, sir.
I take it the enterprise refers to this network of companies which you had established and the operations which they were conducting. Would that be correct, jointly, that you and General Secord jointly had established?
Even it should be more general than that, sir. This document was created at a later date. When I refer to the enterprise, I'm talking from the conception to date.
Where did the money come from that went into the enterprise?
It has been established that it came through donation and also as a result of arms sales to Iran.
Donations both from private individuals and from countries, is that correct?
This is my understanding now.
Did you know that at the time?
I did not know if the donations came from countries, individuals. I simply knew that they were donations.
You had no idea where they were coming from?
No, sir.
Were you the financial man for the enterprise?
All depends what's your interpretation of financial man.
Well, you handled the finances of the enterprise, did you not?
Under the instructions from General Secord.
From General Secord.
Yes,
so
sir.
this money was coming in, but you didn't know where it was coming from?
You're correct, sir.
Except for the arms sales, about which you knew intimately.
That's correct.
The markup on the sales to Iran, is that correct? And to the Contras.
You confuse me when you say the markup. I knew the income from the arms sales were coming as a result of arms sales, yes.
Now, what were the purposes of the enterprise?
This is one of my questions that I have outstanding in my mind, because this enterprise, my understanding was from General Secord, was created to be a private corporation, if you will, and as a conventional businessman, I expected the business would be conducted more or less in a conventional manner, except the fact that it had to be operated covertly. And I applied all the rules and understandings and accepted practices that are applied to conventional business structures. But as we got deeper into our activities, I saw signs and symptoms that made me to wonder whether this enterprise was a private structure or it was not, because I saw a definite sign of inconsistency. I saw that on one hand we were acting as a private organization. At one point I saw the influence of Colonel North, who was not a private individual, in what we were doing. I saw times...
Well, on that, Colonel North, actually, you perceive that Colonel North could in effect call on the enterprise for money for whatever purpose he might have, did you not?
Yes, and then I also said that sometimes General Secord would totally accept, sometimes partially accept, sometimes not accept his requirements. That's That's why I'm saying
Yeah, but
I started to wonder.
in your deposition on May 24th at page 44, you said, Richard said that you never know what Ollie would need next. And the question, I take it at one point Ollie needed a ship and you used the money to buy a ship. Answer, yes. And at one point Ollie needed Motorola radios and you used the money to buy Motorola radios. Answer, yes. And I take it at one point he wanted some money for DEA agents in cash and you used it for that purpose. Answer, well, I don't know whether he initiated that. Richard told me that such and such people will come to you and give him so much. But a question, but it wouldn't come as a surprise to you to learn that that also was originated by Ollie North. Answer, I would be surprised if it didn't. And you then went on, in effect, to say that, is it fair to say that it was your understanding that during that period of time that this differential, surplus profit, whatever we call it, was being used and was to be used in North's direction? Answer, this is what I tried to explain earlier. Everything that you mentioned are the examples of these contradictions. Yes. Is the answer yes? Answer, yes. Was that a correct statement of your perception of North's ability to call on the enterprise?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you drew the chart, which is Exhibit 1, you put in it, in terms of a dummy company, Africa as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you also had South America and the Middle East. And when you were questioned about that in your deposition on May 22nd at page 110, you were asked the reason for that. And you said, answer, jokingly one day, I believe, General Secord said that, who knows, if we do a good job, the president may send us to Angola. I said, at the rate these people have been going and coming up with so many surprises, I would not be surprised if they indeed did that. And I didn't want to have the burden of running around doing too many things at the same time, like I was. So I said, let me go ahead and form another. Not form the company, but have it ready, discipline the people. If indeed it would happen, I would just plug in a company in there and go ahead with it. Just further foresight on my part. So you had, while General Secord may have made it as a joke, you thought there was a possibility that it might happen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, later on in response to a question, you said, in my mind, I said, you know, the way this crazy thing is going, they might do that.
Yes, sir.
So the enterprise had the potential in your mind to expand its activities.
Yes, sir.
Beyond the Contras, beyond Iran, beyond the DEA agents, beyond the purchase of the ship, beyond the Motorola radios. I mean, you had a category in here for Africa, and of course it could have gone elsewhere as well, possibly. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you regard the enterprise as something that was going to be a continuing proposition?
Well, until the Iranian second channel, I believe I have testified that we sort of lived day to day. We did not know if we were going to be operative next day.
But you wanted to build up the reserves of the enterprise, is that correct?
That is correct.
For purposes of ongoing activity.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with General Singlob's testimony before this committee?
I'm not, sir.
Well, let me send down to you Singlob Exhibit 6, if we could.
May we have just a moment, please?
Surely.
Is there some particular...
Well, I just, Mr. Hakim, this is a memorandum that describes a scheme to create a conduit for maintaining a continuous flow of Soviet weapons and technology to be utilized by the United States in its support of freedom fighters in Nicaragua, Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, Ethiopia, etc. And what it does is it sets up a three-way trade. The United States provides high technology to country A provides military equipment to country B, and country B then delivers arms to a trading company, which would then channel the arms out. That's it. Take a look at the chart on page 2 of this exhibit. You see that, that scheme that's outlined there?
Yes, I do.
Now, the enterprise actually could have done what the trading company is proposed to do there. In fact, the enterprise was doing it to some degree and could have expanded its activities by your testimony.
Yes, sir.
In effect, this is a competing scheme, potentially a competing scheme with the scheme you had established.
I have no idea what were the objectives of General Singlob's activity. This is the first time I see this.
All right,
I
but,
have
but the enterprise could channel, and in fact was channeling out arms, although it had not developed it as yet to the extent that is outlined in this chart. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you moved to purchase the submachine gun company, or to look at that purchase, in your Exhibit 35,
Yes, sir.
that's a memo prepared by you to evaluate American Arms, Inc. Is that correct?
Allow me to look at the memo. Which exhibit is, sir?
35.
Yes, sir.
That's your memo with respect to American Arms, Inc. To whom was American Arms, Inc. going to sell its product?
I understood from General Secord that the biggest market for that was in the United States.
Were you familiar that it was projected that the Contras would be a major purchaser of those weapons?
It was not discussed with me.
You're not familiar with Exhibit 33? Particularly page 3 thereof. Projection of sales first year, no domestic sales projected, 1,000 to 1,500 Saudi and Gulf states, 4,000 to the Contras, and then a commission based on those sales of $1,375,000.
No, sir, I'm not familiar with this document.
And when you prepared your memo on the prospects for American Arms, you did not realize that that had been circulating amongst your colleagues with respect to the purchase of this company?
This document?
Yes.
No, I was not aware of it, sir.
Now, you said in your deposition on the 23rd at page 82 and 83.
We have your indulgence just a moment, please. Pages 82 and 83.
82 and 83 on May 23rd. Over on page 83, line 5. We ourselves were very inefficient. There were times that we didn't have proper communications on this. There were times that we were under constant pressure. That I want to emphasize on that. Constant political pressure. What kind of political pressure was it that you were constantly under?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. May we read the rest of his answer to that question? Senator,
or
perhaps
prior
you
to
could
that, I don't know what the context of this.
Yes, in fact, I was going to go to the balance of that answer after you responded, but if you want to use that as your direct example, please go ahead.
What is this?
Well, let me just read the answer and see if that's... I can give you one as an example. We had to meet a deadline in releasing hostages because the elections were coming up. But that I'm trying to picture for you that we could not be as conventional as you think one could be. So at least one example of a political pressure you were under was to meet a deadline in releasing hostages because the elections were coming up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you familiar with the fact that when McFarland was in Tehran in May of 1986, that he rejected delivering arms for the release of 2 hostages because he wanted to get the release of all of them?
I became aware of that at a later date.
At what date was that? Before you had your meetings with the Second Channel in the fall of '86?
I believe so, sir.
Yes.
To the
So
best of
you
my
knew that
recollection.
McFarland's condition was to get all of the hostages, is that correct? And that he left, in fact, that North said to him, we have this plane on the way in with arms, we're going to get 2 hostages, and he said, turn the plane back, we either get them all or none.
That's what I learned later, yes.
All right. Now, when the North 7 points were on the table in Frankfurt for discussion, one of the main points was that all of the hostages should be released. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't happen, and that was, of course, or was not agreed to, and that was one of the reasons North left in order to come back, feeling that the Second Channel had not worked, and he was going to report on that to the White House,
Yes, sir.
to the
You mean
president.
come back to the States, yes.
Yeah, and report on that to the president, according
Yes,
to you.
Yes, sir.
You stayed behind, however, to try to negotiate an arrangement.
Yes, sir.
And you negotiated, as Congressman Jenkins says, the Hakim Accords,
Yes, sir.
which was a 9-point proposition.
Yes, sir.
And it changed the hostage provision significantly, did it not?
Yes, sir.
In what way did it change it?
In the way it changed that I understood why the Iranians could not deliver all the hostages.
So your arrangement was that you would get 1 hostage and best efforts to get another, which represented the 1.5 provision in the
Yes, sir.
9 points.
Yes, sir.
Now you sent this proposition, which also included the release of the prisoners held in Kuwait.
That was the reason that why all American hostages could not be released.
And of course, you knew that it had been a very firm announced position of our government not to put any pressure on for the release of the Kuwait prisoners. Is that correct?
That was discussed, and we were hoping to be able to achieve that through private channels.
And you sent this proposition to...
Senator, if I may add to that, the approach was to see if we could bring the Iranians and Kuwaitis somehow close to each other to work this out between themselves.
All right, now you sent this proposition to North in Washington, or Secord sent it, I guess.
The 9-point?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Secord did.
after it was reported to him by you.
Yes, sir. And he had further discussion, as it is stipulated in the translation, he had further discussions with the Iranian official in connection, I believe, if I could go back to that deposition, it states that certain, if I remember correctly, the issue of the Kuwaitis had to be discussed with the General Secord. Could we look at that deposition so we can make that clear? General Secord did participate in the areas that I was not competent to discuss, and however, to be able to come up with a complete picture, we agreed that when General Secord would return next day or that evening, I don't recall, for the Iranian representative to discuss that particular issue with General Secord, which he did.
Can you refer us, please, to the translation of the 9 points? I don't recall what exhibit that was.
22. Exhibit 22.
Thanks.
Sir, if you look at item 7, please. You see a provision that, yeah, I see here the issue of the Muslim prisoners in Lebanon had to be reviewed between the Iranian official and General Secord.
All right. Now let me go back to the hostages. In May, McFarland refused to transfer a very limited amount of arms compared to what's contained in your 9-point proposal in return for 2 hostages. Is that correct? You knew that.
I'm not sure if there is a change, Senator, there, because my understanding all along has been that it was agreed that a fixed amount of tows to be sold to the Iranians, if I'm not mistaken, a total of 3,000 or 3,500. So I don't believe there is any change as far as the total scope of the amount
of the arms. But there was a change in terms of the number of hostages to be brought out.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, North left because he couldn't get all of the hostages. That was one of the sticking points. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You negotiate an agreement in which 1.5 hostages are going to be gotten and send it to Washington.
Yes, sir.
And shortly thereafter, you get approval for that arrangement.
Yes, sir.
And that approval came within a handful of days before the election. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And in fact, proceeding off of that, you were able to bring out 1 hostage 2 days before the election.
That's correct.
Now, is that an example of the political pressure that was at work in this matter that you referred to in your deposition?
Yes, sir.
I have no further, my time's up. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman DeWine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I think everybody thought they were going to get lunch right now, but I stand between you and lunch, I think. Mr. Hakim, let me start by asking you about some testimony that you've already given. You've testified that General Secord was aware of the existence of this Coral account and that it was for his benefit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware that General Secord has testified that he was not aware of Coral and that he did not know that it was an account for his specific benefit?
Upon my return from Europe, I watched his the tapes, and I believe that that's the way it was.
In fact, he thought he had his own account, did he not? Wasn't that his testimony?
I can't recall at this time, Senator.
You've testified that North exercised the
overall control in this enterprise. And in fact, you've given us some examples of the control that he exercised. But isn't it really true, Mr. Hakim, that you were the one that was controlling the money? You were making some of these decisions, and in your work actually with Mr. Secord. For example, Secord has testified that he set the price for the arms to Iran. Secord decided what margin of profit you all should take. Secord decided what part of the excess of the Iran deal should go to the Contras. Secord also testified that while he often complied with North's suggestions, he also sometimes did not do everything that North asked for. For example, North wanted more money actually always to go to the Contras. He was constantly asking for more of this diversion money or so-called diversion money to go to the Contras. So in the dealing with the money, isn't it true that really you and General Secord were the ones who were making that decision?
Sir, I have testified that I saw contradiction. I saw a situation that if you will, I'm not that much technical in the area of the government structure, but I should refer to it to the administration or the government. But whoever designed this structure had a situation that they could have their cake and eat it too.
But
in other words, whenever they wanted to have a private organization, it was private. When they didn't want it to be a private organization, it wasn't. So that's what I testified, that created a lot of confusion in my mind.
All right, I appreciate that. Mr. Hakim, the one thing that we've learned from your testimony, I think, is that you're a good businessman. You in this to make a profit, and that you watch your money. You're not going to lose control of that money, are you? In other words, you control it with the aspects in regard to the money of this operation. I just can't believe from what I've heard that you're going to let this money get too far away from you.
I guarantee you, if it will be decided that this is totally my money, your assumption is correct, sir.
And I'm also talking about as this operation was developing, the actual operation
as the
of
operation
control.
was developing, the confusion was developing with it too.
All right, but you're not going to let it get too far away from you, are you?
Now, I'm saying that the actual fact, sir, was that I saw inconsistency, I saw contradiction, I saw things happening that were not normal. It was a situation, the best that I can describe it today, that whoever designed this structure designed it in such a way that they could have their cake and eat it too.
Well, I'm not going to engage in an argument with you, and I don't know whether I agree or disagree with that. I would just observe, Mr. Hakim, that based upon what I've heard from your testimony, that you're always going to control your own money, and you're always going to control the operation when your money is involved in it. Let me move, if I could, to another aspect of this whole situation. You know, Mr. Hakim, as we members of this committee go through these lengthy hearings, I think most of us are trying to reserve judgment until we hear all the testimony. At least it's been my experience that that is the best way to do things. But as we go through, we make some preliminary judgments, and those judgments, I would tell you, are always subject to change later on as we hear additional testimony. Let me make sure that I've got the basic facts in regard to your relationship with Ollie North. It's my understanding that you had your agent, Mr. Zucker. You provided Mr. Zucker with Mrs. North's home phone number. You instructed him to call Mrs. North, that he did in fact call Mrs. North and set up a meeting to meet with Mrs. North in Philadelphia, that you were aware of that meeting, that it was going to take place in Philadelphia. You did not stop it in any way. In fact, you were actually encouraging this meeting. Further, it is my understanding that when you supplied that phone number to Mr. Zucker, and prior to the Philadelphia meeting, at no time did you ever tell Mr. Zucker, don't tell Mrs. North your name. Is that correct?
I did tell him not to tell my name.
No, that's not what you told us yesterday, if I recall your testimony.
I'm sorry.
Now, I'm talking about Zucker's name now. Did you at any point ever, I'm sorry if I was
misunderstood.
misleading to you, and I apologize for that. When you talked to Zucker, you never told Zucker, did you, don't tell Mrs. North Zucker's name?
I did not tell him to.
Either way. You didn't-
Either way.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
I left it up to him.
You left that up to him. All right. So this meeting takes place, and this meeting is to try to explore, in your words, to explore the possibility of getting information so that you could later on then make some sort of transfer for the benefit of the North family. You pulled back from this thing when Zucker told you it can't be done. So you attempted to do that, but pulled back from that. Now, it is also my understanding, if I've got my facts correct, that you set up a $200,000 account, and this $200,000 account was to be used in case something happened to Mr. North. It was to be used for his family. It is also my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that that account still exists. Is that right? It was never changed? You testified yesterday, I believe, that you never actually killed that account. In other words, you put the $200,000 in, it was to take care of Mr. North's family in case something happened to him, and then nothing happened to him, but the account just stayed in there. Is that correct?
The spirit of what you're saying is correct, but as far as the bookkeeping is concerned, there are a number of $200,000 set-asides that has gotten us all confused. Yes.
All right. You further set up a $2 million account. And this $2 million account, if I read these documents correctly, provided that could not be changed unless two of the three individuals, either you or Mr. North or Mr. Secord, signed a document changing the account. The $2 million account further provided that it would, in fact, go to Mr. Secord, his control. If something happened to you, if something happened to Mr. Secord, it would then go under the control of Ollie North. And he would have control of that, which would include the right to withdraw that money for whatever he wanted to do with it. In other words, he could take it out. He had legal control over it.
Yes, sir.
It further provided, if I read the documents correctly, that upon the death of all three of you, if something would happen to all three of you, that it would be, this $2 million would be divided up and then would go down to the heirs of each one of you. Is that correct?
Or the designees, if...
Or the designees, if they would have designated that.
Right.
Okay. Now, as I said, Mr. Hakim, we have learned, I think, that you're a very good businessman. You're a very careful businessman, and you're a person who, I think, tries to cover all contingencies. I think it is very clear as we study the documents and listen to the testimony that Ollie North was essential, absolutely essential to this operation, that he was your entree to the U.S. government. He was the person that made the contacts and was the person whereby you were able to buy these items, in fact, these weapons, and then turn around and resell them. You also have testified that, and the documents are very clear, that you have made millions of dollars on this operation. You testified yesterday also that you felt that this operation could continue and that it was your intention, if everything worked out, to make millions of more dollars. So Ollie North was extremely, I understand your testimony, extremely essential to this operation. Now, the testimony has also been, Mr. Hakim, that one of your areas, really your prime area of expertise, is not just as a businessman, but it's your ability to operate with governments, that it is that mix. And I think you told us the other day in your deposition, it is that ability where you mix the government and business, and you're selling to the government, and you're dealing with government officials. You've made really a lifetime of doing that. Now, with those basic facts, stated. And also the fact that you've told us that you have, in fact, in the past, bribed government officials in Iran, have you not?
Yes, sir.
I understand your testimony. I want to be fair with you, and I want to make it plain that I'm withholding final judgment on this. But with all of these facts, it just seems to me the logical conclusion that what you were trying to do with Ollie North was to influence him. You were trying to have him beholden to you, that you were trying to have him literally in your hip pocket. Now, I just, you know, I understand your statement that you do in fact like Ollie North. Any witness who's testified said that he has liked Ollie North, so I understand that. But wasn't there really, Mr. Hakim, another overriding motive? Isn't this really the way you've always done business? In fact, you don't see anything unusual about this, do you? This is just part of the cost of doing business. This is just part of the price that it takes to make these millions of dollars that you obviously have made so far.
Senator, I'd like to make, sorry, Congressman,
Sure.
I'd like to make the following statement. I do not disagree with your line of logic, but it has one very big gap in it. You take out of all this that I am a human being. I have all the emotions of a human being. I'm not a machine. I do get attached to people. I can provide you with tangible facts that my attachment to people is great. I can go back to the very beginning of my business career and provide you with witnesses. By you eliminating that important fact and also undercutting my understanding that in Rome I do as Romans do, you are leaving a bad taint on me. I understand how business is conducted in the United States. I understand the ethics here. I also understand the way business is conducted elsewhere. And also there is, please do not eliminate the human element of my structure.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and as I said, as I preface my comment to you and my question to
But
you,
definitely, I assure you that in no way I wanted to compromise Ali. That would have been the last thing that I would have done. And looking at it cold-bloodedly, when we got to a point that they needed me to open the second channel, I did not need to do any favors to Ali. I testified to that yesterday. These things happened at a time that emotional issues were involved. And when I opened the second channel, I really, from the business point of view, I was in control. They needed me. I had the entree to Iran. If they wanted to they were unhappy with the first channel and so on. I'm trying to also add to this a business rationale, that it was the human end of this and not the business motivation for this set aside. So.
Well, Mr. Hakim, as I stated, as I prefaced my statement to you, this panel, I think, has an obligation, at least I feel I have an obligation, to reserve final judgment until we get all the evidence in, and your comment certainly will go in that. I just think the evidence is very strong, and I think it is clear, the one thing is clear, that your actions have in fact raised some potential questions, at least, in regard to this whole matter, and have put Mr. North, I think, in a delicate position. As far as Mr. North is concerned, I think the jury's still out on that. We don't know what he knew, when he knew it. We don't know if he knew whether his wife took this trip to Philadelphia. We don't know if they communicated about that. There's a lot of things we don't know, and so I think we have to reserve final judgment in regard to him as well until we get all the facts in. Let me move.
Congressman, may I
Sure.
add something, sir?
Certainly.
Here? I don't believe you will find any evidence throughout my career that I paid anyone off in the United States.
All right, thank you. I'd like you to look, if you could, Mr. Hakim, at exhibit number 41. You have testified, Mr. Hakim, that this whole operation was a monster with a lot of heads, I believe, was your testimony. Is
Not
that
the operation, the enterprise, sir.
The Enterprise, I'm sorry. The Enterprise. The Enterprise was a monster with a lot of heads. I wonder if maybe we can put a few names on these heads, exactly figure out who is who here, and whose money it ultimately is. I know you've talked a little bit about this, but I want to delve into it, if I could, just a little further. My understanding is Corral, which is in the second column there, is Mr. Secord's. Is that correct? Was intended as Mr. Secord's?
Intended for Mrs. Secord, yes, sir.
All right. And then at one point in time, he told you he didn't want any interest in this anymore. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. In your mind at that time, did you just, you kept this account going, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you keep it going and not merge it with something else?
Two reasons, sir. Effectively, something else didn't have any meaning. As Mr. Jenkins established, we had a pigeonhole of companies. It effectively was one structure and many different holes. So whether it stayed in one pigeonhole or another, it did not change the picture. The second reason was that I am a businessman. I like to look at issues as I can feel and touch them. When General Secord transferred his interest to me, I didn't see him having an offer to go back to the government. I classified that as an emotional move. A similar emotional move was displayed during his hearings, that he gave all the money to Casey's foundation. I analyze these things differently.
All right. Mr. Hakim, would it be a fair summary then that what you're testifying today is that when Secord told you that, when General Secord told you that, you still considered this as his money? He could come back and get the money if he wanted after that. Is that my understanding?
Your understanding is correct, and you should add to that General Secord will never make a good businessman. He was born a general and will die a general. And with all due respect to him, really, he's a great soldier. Right. I have a lot of respect for him.
All right, I appreciate that. Let me move on to Mr. Klein's, who I guess is CT here. He did get his money, though, didn't he?
He's a good businessman.
And you're pretty good yourself, Mr. Hakim. I look at the first column and...
I have some leftovers, sir.
You have...
not as good as Mr. Klein's.
How much does this show you've pulled out of there so far, sir?
That is,
If it's accurate,
I really believe we all tried, including the committees.
Sure.
We have not been able to establish that because CSF's bookkeeping is not available to us, and wherever they ran out of a place to allocate the money, they have Albert Hakim, so they allocated that to Albert Hakim. We were able to identify a number of such misallocations, so I cannot be sure to answer that question.
do you think the column that's labeled capital distributions to 12,486 listing about 6.8 million, is that very far off, do you think?
Very far off.
You think it is?
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether it be more or less?
I think we have restructured that. There should be somewhere in the documents that we have restructured that.
And it shows remaining of 4.6 million, is that right?
You do recognize, Congressman, that at least 6.6 or 6.7 million is still in the count there. We have established that during the
Mr. Hakim,
testimonies.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have just one additional minute, that would be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have testified that there are obligations that have to be paid out of this. That was your testimony earlier.
Yes, sir.
And I wonder if you could elaborate any more, looking at each one of these accounts, who has to be paid out of there? Where is the obligation? Where, in addition to there was testimony about the second channel, an obligation there, but where else? What other obligations are there that you feel in your own mind exist?
Are you asking me what I think General Secord thinks? Is
No,
that
what
the
you
question?
think. No, what you think.
I really don't have an answer for that. I haven't given it a thought. The whole issue needs to be examined. Is your question who are the people that we owe money to? Is that
Well,
the question?
it'd be owed money or any other obligation that you think has to come out of here before.
Well, there are a lot of obligations. There are bills to be paid, which we have not paid. You referred to some of the obligations yourself. We haven't heard yet if, for instance, the Iranian government has any claim towards these. They may very well say that they have been overcharged and they may have a claim against this. I have no idea. I do not want to start speculating and invite people to have claims on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hakim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before calling upon Senator Rudman, I'd like to announce that the special meeting which was scheduled to convene during the lunch and recess has been postponed. Senator Rudman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Reynolds memoranda and Mr. Janis's letter to Mr. Green be made part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I would like to just advise members that the copies that they have of the Reynolds memoranda contains a name that is highly classified. A declassified version will be made available to the press and to Mr. Janis.
The hearing will stand in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hakim.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Mr. Hakim, you testified this morning in response to a question by Mr. Lyman about a transfer out of the Coral Assets account to one Khalid Rashid in the amount of $31,817, which you said went to the purchase of a Porsche automobile for Mr. Secord. You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
At the time that transfer was made, did Mr. Secord sign a note or execute any document indicating his intention to repay this amount?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Not that you're aware of. And so as far as you are concerned, and based upon your knowledge, that was not a loan, was it?
I am not aware of his discussion with Mr. Rashid and what sort of an arrangement they had. Mr. Khalid Rashid had an arrangement to form a joint venture company with us in consulting work. As a matter of fact, we went ahead even leased a place for that purpose. We did not follow up on that. I don't know what General Secord discussed with Mr. Khalid.
But the account, Coral Assets, was held for the benefit of General Secord. Isn't that correct?
That was my intention, sir, yes.
And the transfer of that sum of money out of that account to Mr. Rashid did not reflect, based upon any of your discussions or dealings with General Secord, a loan from Coral Assets to Mr. Secord, did it?
I did not treat it as such.
You did not treat it as such. And is the same thing true with respect to the second transaction to which Mr. Lyman referred this morning, that involving an amount of $52,500?
Are you referring to the money for the purchase of an aircraft?
Yes.
The same testimony.
Same testimony, that it was not a loan.
That's the way I treated it.
Right. And what about the third transaction to which reference was made this morning? I believe an amount of $100,000 which went into a venture in which both you and General Secord were participants?
I'm not aware if that money came out of Corel or a different account. It really technically should have come out of SciTech, sir.
All right. In any event, whichever account it came out of, that portion of those funds which were used for the benefit of General Secord were not a loan insofar as you are aware. Is that correct?
The $100,000 was for the benefit of both of us in that timber investment.
In equal shares?
Yes, sir.
And it was not a loan?
I did not treat it as a loan.
You did not treat it as a loan. It was a distribution of a portion of the proceeds from the enterprise which was for your benefit and his.
But I took it out of the profits.
Right.
And made a transfer. But there was a definite issue there that I represented, and I believe it is also reflected in some of the documents to the people that we were dealing with, the so-called the Morostica group.
Right.
That this was a loan that I was getting from a group of Middle Easterns. It was a misrepresentation to those people.
To them. It was in fact not a loan.
No. But I did tell them that we were getting it a loan, and we had to pay an interest on it and return it.
And the first two distributions to which I referred in this questioning, the $31,817 and the $52,500, which were for the benefit of General Secord, were not loans. They were, in fact, distributions of some portion of his share in the profits of this enterprise. Isn't that correct?
I believe I took the money out of those accounts, but not with the intention of a loan.
Right.
The money is there. It is profited. It's aside. My approach towards it is different than
Yes.
General Secord's.
And after his renouncing any profits, you held that account open and indeed made further allocations into that account. If General Secord at any later time had renounced his earlier renunciation and had said to you that I've decided not to go into the government and therefore I will take my share of the proceeds, it would have been available for him at any time, would it not have been?
Definitely.
Yes. So there was nothing in writing or binding or irrevocable about his renunciation of his share of the profits.
The answer is yes, but I'm sure that when he made that statement, he was sincere at the time.
Oh, I've no doubt of that. The answer is no. I
Yeah,
take
yes,
it you mean
yes.
not yes.
Uh,
The answer is
Yes,
no,
no,
it
yeah.
was not binding, it
That-
was not in writing, and it was
No,
not
no, it was
irrevocable.
not.
Right. One final question, Mr. Hakim. You testified yesterday in response to questions by Mr. Lyman about the circumstances in which Mr. Janus was not permitted to attend a meeting with you. And you said that you'd made a mistake once and you weren't going to make it again. And then later on, you said, and I'll quote your words now because I wanted to ask you about them, that was an indication of my lack of trust in the government. They had stabbed me, and I was not prepared to be stabbed again. You recall that statement by you yesterday?
Yes, I do, sir.
Mr. Hakim, who stabbed you?
Well, I have testified that I'm really not a diplomat, a politician to refer to one particular segment of the government. When I use the word government, I use that in the spirit that there was involvement of an element of the government, which to this date is unknown to me, that engaged us and did not stand behind us.
Well, government, like corporations, act through individuals, and elements of governments must be individuals. Can you be specific about who you feel stabbed you?
I cannot be specific, really. It is, I cannot say that Oliver North, who was really the person that we were working with, representing the so-called government, stabbed me, because he was not in a position to even defend himself. I just can't be specific. I say the whole structure is a mystery to me to this date. I cannot put my hands on the element of the government that structured the whole thing. So that's why I use that very general terminology. I hope someday I would be able to understand what that segment is.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just note that if one of the central participants finds this a mystery, think, Mr. Hakim, how we and the American people feel about it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Boland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, you testified in your deposition that you met General Secord a number of times when he was on active duty and stationed in Iran. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Obviously, he was in a position to make decisions that could affect your fortunes as a businessman, I presume.
I'm afraid I don't understand the question, sir. Could you sharpen on that?
He was in a position, wouldn't he be in a position to help you as a businessman after he left Iran?
After
How often did you meet with him when he was on active duty in Iran?
I met him only as a result of the block that he created for me as the advisory member to the Iranian Air Force. That was the first time I came in contact with him, and any contact thereafter was in connection with my protest to him that he was competing with an American firm
Can I
And
take it that your contacts with him were sort of social?
oh, definitely not. They were not social.
Did you ever offer or provide him with anything of value while he was in the Air Force
Absolutely
and stationed
not.
in Iran?
Absolutely not, sir.
And you testified in your deposition that you kept track of General Secord's career after he left Iran by dropping in on him occasionally at the Pentagon. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you ever offer or provide him with anything of value while he was in the Air Force, but after he left Iran?
Definitely not, sir.
Mr. Hakim, you're a businessman and apparently a good one. You provide things of value in exchange for compensation. I guess that's what a businessman does. The Iranian arms sale had as a central component the exchange of American weapons for American citizens held hostage in Lebanon. As you got involved in these arms sales transactions, did it ever strike you as a businessman as particularly fortuitous that there was a seemingly inexhaustible supply of both of the commodities of exchange in these transactions, that is, arms for hostages? In other words, the Americans that were released by these arms sales didn't seem to reduce the total number of Americans seized and held in Lebanon. We now have at least as many Americans held hostage in Lebanon as we did when these arms sales began. That is a fact over which our government apparently has no control. But wouldn't you agree that it is also a fact that worked to the benefit of the Iranians once they realized that the government was willing to exchange its missiles for its citizens?
You're asking for my opinion. I think this approach would have been a mistake for both of them. They should have really addressed the real issues.
One final question, Mr. Hakim. Do you have any advice or counsel for leaders of government with respect to this kind of an enterprise? Will the exchange of arms for hostages ever succeed when it's carried on at the top of the government itself?
I'm not an
Let me ask, have you ever been involved in any similar enterprise?
No, sir.
You have not. Then do you have any advice, having been involved in this one, do you have any advice for leaders of government with respect to this kind of an enterprise? Stay out of it, get in it, can it succeed?
My advice, sir, is that there is a tremendous amount of competence in the private sector. We should find a method that we can overtly put to use that segment of our country. The businessmen who deal internationally are in contact with the foreign bodies. They feel them, touch them, understand their psychology. They have a wealth of knowledge that if it is not used, it is a waste for the country. But there should be a clear-cut approach towards this. It should not be a situation that, as I testified, it be a case that you can have your cake and eat it too. Use this part of the country's capability, but use it properly.
Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Hakim, and I want to compliment on your forthrightness in your appearance before this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Cohen.
At a meeting in which you served as an interpreter, I believe, with the Second Channel, did you ever indicate to the Iranians that they should show their bona fides by making a contribution over the purchase price for the Contras and for your company or enterprise?
The only thing that comes close to this that I recall was the case that I learned about a shipment of arms, if I'm not mistaken, from North Korea to Nicaragua in favor of their government, not the Contras. And I made several observations in my negotiation with the Iranians. I told them, how do you expect for the United States to start dealing with you when you are shipping arms to the enemies of...
The only question I have is, did you ever recommend to the Iranians they should agree to a higher price so that they could help fund the Contras?
I don't recall it in that way, sir. I do recall that they should have taken a measure to compensate for what they were doing with that shipment of arms that I referred to.
If I have time, I'll come back to it. Mr. Hakim, speaking of your business prowess, when you cut out the Canadian businessmen, you hired Tom Kleins to purchase the weapons, right?
You mean that General Secord did that?
General Secord, with your agreement, I assume.
I had no decision power in that respect, sir.
In any event, the Canadian businessmen were cut out, Tom Kleins was hired. You thereby reduced the overhead, did you not, because you got a better deal working with Kleins than you did with the Canadian businessmen?
We increased our profit.
You increased your profits. The same thing happened also on the second channel when you cut out Mr. Gurbanifar. You thereby had an opportunity to reduce the overhead. In that sense, you didn't have to pay him off.
In both cases, we increased the efficiency, sir.
I'm sorry?
We increased the efficiency of the operation in both cases.
The efficiency meaning your profits?
Efficiency for the purpose of the government, sir.
Just the government, not for yourself?
No, I have continuously, without any pretense, mentioned about my financial motivations.
I just want you to say that.
At the same time, I want it to be understood that at no time I let the prime purpose to get out of mind. We increased the efficiency of our activity to enhance the situation of the United States in both cases.
If there were no profits in it for you, would you have undertaken this operation?
I probably would have.
You would have. All right. What is Mrs. North's name?
I believe I learned that, not that I did not know it before, I had skipped my mind, just read today in one of the newspapers, I believe her name is Betsy.
But did you know at the time you set up the fund for North's family?
I don't think I did. I don't recall, sir.
The reason I ask is you indicated you felt close to North family, but I don't believe you indicated whether you knew Mrs. North at the time or how many children he had.
No, I testified that I didn't know her, still don't. And
or how many children he had at the time.
Exactly.
Right. Now, you didn't put much. I noticed, by the way, that you feel a particular kinship to people who are willing to risk their lives for their country. Colonel North for one, but also with reference to channel number 2, you indicated how this individual time after time repeated his bravery, and you felt a particular kinship. You wanted to sort of help his children out with a little demonstration of shirts or jeans or whatever. And you seem to me to be attracted to men who are risk takers, and you can't resist making gifts to those risk takers. Is that an unfair statement?
Yes, it is.
All right, but I would point out that with respect
I would change risk takers to sincerity, sincere people.
All right, sincere people, both Colonel North and channel number 2. Both of them happen to be in very high positions within the government of the United States and Iran. They have that in common, right?
I don't know whether it is high positions there, but influential.
Right. Didn't you feel the same sort of, did you, by the way, try to set up an educational fund for channel number 2?
Didn't cross my mind, sir.
Why not?
He was not spending that much time with me, and we were not that close.
All right. Why didn't you set something up for Bud McFarland, someone who was dedicated to his country, on the trip to Tehran, also risking his life?
I haven't met the gentleman.
You never met him?
I never met him until, as I testified, when he returned from Tehran. When they were changing planes, I met them for a brief moment.
Final line of questioning. You didn't put much stake in General Secord's forswearing of his piece of the pie, so to speak. you didn't put much faith in the fact that he really wanted that to happen.
I thought just a minute ago I said that he was sincere when he gave that up.
But not so sincere that you decided to close out the account and take it for yourself.
I'm sorry to see that people keep on forgetting the element part of me.
Which part?
The human element part of me. I'm not just a money machine, sir, and I react to people's human...
Let me ask you this. You say he was sincere. Did he make a gift to you of that amount of money at that time? Did you consider that to be a gift to you?
I believe my testimony was that he was dissatisfied. If you be please
I'm just
patiently.
Would you answer the question? Did he make a gift to you at that time that he renounced any share in the profits from the sale of arms?
You could reach to that conclusion.
Did you report it on your income tax as a gift? As
No, sir.
income to you?
No, sir.
You maintained it separate, so you weren't going to pay any income tax on profits that really half of which belonged to him.
I did not even draw on Mr. Secord's gift to me. It's still there.
Because you didn't think it was a completed gift because you had no intent of closing out that account at that time.
I still haven't closed it, sir.
One final point, if I might, Mr. Chairman, and that is, did you really place any stock in the argument that General Secord wanted to renounce these profits because he wanted to go back into government, that the President of the United States, who would appoint him to a position within the CIA, might hold against him the fact that he was making profits on the arms? Did you give that any credence?
I repeatedly said that I do not classify myself as a politician. I don't focus on these issues. I looked at the events from a businessman's point of view.
But in your experience, it would be rather unlikely that the very person who called upon the talents of General Secord would then be unwilling to reward him with a government position for carrying out his wishes. Wouldn't you find that highly unusual?
I have no opinion, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I'm wondering if you could give us your best judgment of where we go from here. In other words, in view of recent events, what is the situation as far as the United States' relationship with the so-called moderates in Iran?
My assessment is that their position has not changed. I believe if we take proper steps, we can achieve a lot, quite a bit. I don't believe when they approached us, they did not have a plan to go through this. And I am hoping to God that we would, in addition to the position that we are taking in the Gulf, come up with an alternative or parallel position to try to get back, this time more properly, on the same pattern of trying to reestablish communication with the Iranians. I believe it can be achieved.
Mr. Hakim, to your knowledge, what degree does the Khomeini regime in Iran have control over, influence over what happens to the United States citizens who are taken hostage in Lebanon?
I believe that Iranian regime has used up a lot of their blue chips, if you will, in connection with the Lebanese. I also believe that if the religious leader himself, who no longer really participates in the political operations of the country, Imam Khomeini, if he himself would take upon himself as a religious leader to come out and address the captors, the captors would respect the religious leader and free our hostages. However, I don't believe the executive branch, if you will, of the Iranian government has that much credibility anymore to be able to help with the release of hostages unless we would find willing ears also towards the Lebanese problem. I don't believe that this is simply an Iranian problem. That was what I understood and learned during the so-called Hakim Accord. And I really think that you should look at the total system and not focus on Iran alone.
To your knowledge, who really came up with this whole idea of trading arms for the hostages? In your judgment, as you reflect back?
I think the pace was set by Mr. Ghorbanifar. I think he set the pace and he poisoned the well in Iran. And
would you explain that a little bit more?
I believe that Mr. Ghorbanifar intended to create a system through which he could continue to sell arms to Iran and release hostages, and then for the Lebanese go on and get more hostages, and for the United States sell more arms. And this is what I established immediately when I was briefed. That's why I disagreed with that approach. That's why I tried very hard to get to that layer of the Iranian government that could see beyond exchange of arms for hostages.
Another area that has troubled me is this extra profit that was derived from the sale of the arms to go to the Contras. Who drummed up that idea?
I really don't know, sir.
Because this brings it into a whole new dimension. Because it's my understanding the administration's position originally was to open up new avenues of communication with the so-called moderates in Iran, hoping that this might bring about some release, help on the release of those hostages in Lebanon. And then it seemed to me the next step was, well, if we can only get just a few weapons over there, everything was going to work out. Well, then the thing, well, not only did we give them weapons, but then this huge profit was derived, and not a huge profit. In fact, probably this investigation is going to cost more than actually was diverted to the Contras. But
I agree with you.
it's unbelievable, but go ahead. The point is, I'm just curious how all this happened. I mean, why did it happen? Who came up with that idea that this money ought to go down to the Contras?
I don't know who came up with the idea. Probably it was as a result of the evolution of events. The Contra project was outstanding. The Iranian case came about. The opportunity was to mark up the prices. And mind you, sir, I'm thinking like a businessman, and businessmen tend to take advantage of any situation to achieve their purposes. So that's the only conclusion that I can reach, that they both happened at the same time, so they came up with this idea.
One final thing, and I hope you don't take offense to this, Mr. Hakim.
I have an open mind, sir.
But as an American citizen, obviously concerned about your country's relation in the Middle East, don't you think something is wrong when a great nation has to turn to an inexperienced private citizen in order to pursue sophisticated and very sensitive international diplomatic missions?
Generally speaking, sir, You are correct, but it's also very important that we take into consideration, you talk about sophistication. I believe the reason Colonel North, Mr. Cave, and General Secord did not succeed, and the discussions broke off, it was because they showed too much sophistication. What I'm trying to say that it is a mistake for the United States to size all nations in the world with the same yardstick that we measure our own capabilities and competence.
I thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Rudman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I want to thank you for your testimony before the committee and for the enormous amount of records you provided, for the many days of deposition that you provided. I've read most of them. I would characterize your testimony as being very candid and very helpful. I do tell you that I think that you are naturally somewhat protective of your former or present business partner, General Secord, and of Colonel North, but you speak often of the human factors, and I think that we understand that. But I think you have told us generally what you know. I just have a few factual questions for you, because I believe that you have had most of the questions asked that can be asked, but there are a few points that haven't been covered. I would just like the benefit of your recollection, and I, having looked at your deposition, believe these are all things within your knowledge. I believe that there was a finder's fee paid for the Transamerica arms purchase, which was shipped to Mr. Calero. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, sir.
And could you tell us who the finder's fee was paid to?
To the law firm of Mr. Green.
And do you know how much that was?
I cannot recall, sir.
Was it in the many thousands of dollars, or was it a small amount?
In many thousands of dollars, sir.
Somewhere in the $40,000 to $50,000 range?
It could be that much or more. I don't remember.
And in fact, was they transferred to Mr. Green on April 10th, 1985, of a totally separate amount of money from the Corell account charged to General Secord in the amount of $45,000?
I recall that entry in the ledgers.
Do you recall that that was characterized as a loan as opposed to payment for legal fees?
There were also legal fees. I don't remember.
I have those here. I am not going to talk about those. There was a question about those.
There were legal fees, and there was also a loan. I don't remember this particular entry referred to which one of them, sir.
Well, the Toyco account was debited for $15,000 and then $10,000 in September of 1986. It's my understanding that that was legal fees, and my understanding from your previous testimony that the Corell transfer of $45,000 to Mr. Green was a loan. Is that correct?
Then, yes, that's correct, sir.
And that came, I believe, from the proceeds of the enterprise.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you seen the diversion memo that we have in our files?
I believe it was shown to me during one of the meetings we had for the deposition.
It's my understanding you've seen it, and the interesting thing about it is this memo, whether it was legal or illegal is not even our discussion here, but that memo had a scheme, a plan, a rather clever one, to mark up weapons to Iran and then take the money, estimated here at $12 million, to purchase critically needed supplies for the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces. That's the genesis of the idea that someone had, and we'd like to find out who that was. This particular document, I believe, counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, was found in Colonel North's office. You have seen this?
Yes.
That's not what happened. I mean, if someone wanted to divert the $12 million to the Contras, if that's what U.S. government officials wanted to do, you didn't follow those instructions, I take it.
I am not sure that I understand the question.
Well, let me restate it. Did anyone tell you specifically that there was a scheme here, and the scheme was to mark up the weapons and to then take the proceeds, or the profit, if you will, and ship it down to Mr. Calero's forces.
I recall statements to the effect that some of the so-called profits from the Iranian sales to be used for the benefit of the Contras.
Some,
Yes,
but not all.
definitely not.
And then Colonel North, I take it, was aware of the fact that not all of the proceeds would be used to divert to the Contras.
I believe General Secord made that very clear to him.
So it would be your testimony that you, General Secord, and Colonel North can speak for himself, of course, when he gets here, all recognize that there would be an enterprise that would be set up for all the reasons you've testified. We don't have to go over all those reasons, they're in the record. And they certainly knew that the profits weren't going to be diverted in toto to the Contras.
I agree, sir, and in addition to that, I could not see how we could make $12 million out of sales of 3,000 tows, and that was the quantity of tows that I understood to have been approved to be sold to Iran.
Well, I think the profits finally were more than 12, or if you want to add up the monies that came from private donors and all through Lake Resources accounts, there certainly was money available.
No, we are talking about the proceeds from the sales of arms to Iran. I'm saying that I could not see how we could have had that much.
It was a $6,500 profit per tow, so I think that would add up at least to that.
That was the markup, sir. There were other expenses.
Oh, all right. Well, at any rate, you've answered my question. It was, even though we've got this diversion memo, there was no agreement that all of the profits would be used.
Sir.
And that's your testimony. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you, Mr. Hakim, you're a very candid witness, and I wish other witnesses would come forward here and say, look, I got in this, I took a lot of personal risk, I did it both for the country and for myself. Senator Tribble from Virginia describes General Secord as a patriot and a profiteer. I think you're a patriot and a businessman.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Now, one last question. You've lived in this country for 20-some-odd years, and you have a very interesting background that most of us wouldn't have any understanding of. You understand the Iranian culture and the way they do business there, and you understand our culture and the way we do business here.
Yes, sir.
And you said late this morning that you understood the ethics of the United States.
I do.
Well, I want to put this question to you for you to ponder, because we're going to have to hear from Colonel North. Certainly, Mr. Hakim, you are sophisticated enough to know that by asking Colonel North's wife to come to Philadelphia, and I don't know if that happened or not, but we'll find out, by trying to divert money through real estate firms for services maybe not rendered in full, by naming him in a will, and by doing other things that were done, that Colonel North was going to be put in tremendous jeopardy, because let us go on the assumption that Colonel North never asked for any of this to be done. Colonel North is now in the position of not having informed the United States authorities that these attempts were being made. Did you not realize at the time with Mr. Zucker, who understands U.S. laws and ethics, that even a good faith, and I will take your human values for what you state them to be, even a good faith effort to help Colonel North would put him in tremendous jeopardy?
I agree with you, sir. I do agree with you, but the intent counts. We made a try, we made an attempt, we did not succeed. I didn't think that the attempt in itself could be harmful.
Well, Mr. Hakim, Mr. Chairman, if I can have just another 30 seconds, certainly Mr. Zucker, who from what I know of him, and I know something of him, is a sophisticated lawyer and a good lawyer, certainly, and you know from living here in this country, that United States officials, be they congressmen, senators, cabinet officers, members of the military, have a duty to report any attempt to pass things of value to them out of the ordinary course. Certainly, you knew that, didn't
Oh,
you?
definitely. As a matter of fact, I was a witness when the Iranians brought him a gift and he did not accept it. I mean, the officials.
So you put Colonel North in a position which he in good faith or Mrs. North may not have thought of, and I say this sincerely, of listening to a scheme which put them in a position, and if they have not reported this to the proper authorities, it has put them in extreme jeopardy. Didn't anybody give that any thought when this started?
I'm afraid not.
It just seems to me, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude, that one of the unintended, and I emphasize, unintended effects of this getting private businessmen involved with U.S. officials and U.S. military is the possibility of very corrupting and very corrosive effects on our government, and that is why, of course, although this investigation may cost more than the diversion, it'll be worth every dime, Mr. Hakim.
I agree with you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Hakim, I want to congratulate you as a one of the more interesting witnesses that I've ever had the pleasure of listening to.
Thank you, sir.
Interesting and innovative, resourceful,
Thank you.
and with great business skill. I don't know if I'd want to trade with you too much, but I'd want to watch you pretty close while we did. You testified that in 1980, your business was dependent almost exclusively upon Iranian sales. Is that correct?
I believe I said before the revolution, sir. After the revolution, I had no longer any business ties with Iran.
And after the fall of the Shah, actually, your business virtually dried up. That business was gone.
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in any way in discussions or negotiations or activities concerning the release of the hostages held in the U.S. Embassy in Iran in 1980 or 1981?
Yes, I was, sir.
Could you explain that?
I was approached by General Secord. I met with him in Washington, Pentagon. He told me that there was an idea, an attempt to try to rescue the American hostages, the so-called American embassy hostages, and if I would be prepared to make available to him the contacts and the facilities that I had in Iran, including the company that I had, and for sometimes after the revolution I maintained that company and the employees in it. And I said definitely I would be available. He told me that some other intelligence type government officials would contact me and we'll take it from there. And indeed such a contact was made, but later I learned that the whole project was aborted.
And so that was the extent of your participation.
I understood that the project never got off the ground.
Now, at the time General Secord became your partner in 1983, did your business have any appreciable activity then, or was it rather dormant?
It was dormant, and we had a great opportunity with a certain client that could have yielded in big profit for us, and we started to promote that particular product, but as a result of creating the Contra-Iran commitment for ourselves, those people had to terminate us.
Prior to '83, had you or any of your businesses been involved in weapons transactions?
Not more than the Olin case that I explained that was not really my own business. I was doing that on behest of another individual.
Would you say that your business prospered substantially since Mr. Secord became your partner? in 1983?
I'm afraid I didn't understand the question.
Have you done well financially since Mr. Secord became your partner
Yes.
in 1983?
Yes.
Hasn't all of this growth been attributable to General Secord and Colonel North's connections with weapons deliveries to Iran and to the Contras?
No, sir.
What has it been attributed to?
My own contacts and my own marketing skill
With the Contras and with Iran?
with Iran.
With Iran, but not with the Contras?
Not with the Contras and not with weapons.
Well, did not General Secord and Colonel North set up substantial operations in the Contra supply in which you participated?
Mr. Brooks, are we talking about the same date? You said prior to 83, aren't we?
No, after 83, when you were.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Secord.
misunderstood you. I'm,
All right, that's all right, we can start over.
okay.
What I'm saying is,
After 83,
after 83, your business became better, and my question was, would you say that hasn't most of this growth been attributed, been the work of and through the connection with General Secord and Lieutenant Colonel North in their connections with weapons deliveries to both the Contras and to Iran?
the answer is yes.
All right, that's what I... Now, Mr. Hakim, I have just one more real question. You testified that when you discovered that Mr. Wilson and Mr. Turple had, as you put it, penetrated your system, you terminated any relation with them, and you filed a suit against Mr. Wilson. Are you aware that Mr. Kleins had a close relationship with Mr. Wilson?
I knew that they knew each other. I did not know whether they were closer.
Well, they apparently had worked together and were friends, and with your attitude about the disreputable nature of doing business with Mr. Wilson and Mr. Turple, and I was wondering how you had ever permitted Kleins to become an associate of yours and Mr. Secord and General Secord.
He was brought in as by General Secord. I, to this date, have no information that Mr. Kleins has done anything improper. I'm not aware of it if he has done anything improper.
Well, I want to thank you for your candid education of Americans in the way of doing business that you have prospered at doing, and I think it was an interesting description of how you do business, and I enjoyed it.
Thank you, sir.
I think they'd shoot me in East Texas if I did it, but it works good in lots of places, and it's been a pleasure to do business with you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Heflin?
Mr. Hakim, I suppose that you heard about the Lebanese paper running an article disclosing this arms with American transactions with the Iranians sometime in the fall of 1986 before Attorney General Meese announced on the 25th of November. You were acquainted with the fact that there had been a newspaper article about that, and that did this cause you some concern about the enterprise when it was disclosed in the press?
Yes, it did, but it was not a surprise.
All right, so now after that time, did you and General Secord and Colonel North get together and discuss the enterprise?
I cannot recall when General Secord and Colonel North and I got together. I can recall only one instance that I believe we have labeled it as being 24th of November, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
All right, so now had you had a meeting before that time? before the 24th, with the three of them?
Not that I can recall, sir.
I'll ask you this, did you give any instructions to either Colonel North or to any representative of Colonel North that certain documents that you had given to Colonel North ought to be destroyed or shredded?
The answer is no, sir, and I don't recall having even given any documents to Colonel North.
You, in other words, you did not give any instructions whatsoever pertaining to the destructions of any documents at any time?
The answer is no, sir.
Now, you've probably read and seen or seen on television some discussions of the nation of Brunei, that there was to be a $10 million contribution to Brunei. Do you remember having any discussions with anyone pertaining to a donation coming in a substantial amount from any foreign country?
I recall about the amount of $10 million to be in the pipeline. The origin of it was not disclosed to me. However, I do recall that I was told it's coming from the Far East when I was trying to trace the money back, which we had not received. I was not aware that it came from a foreign government.
Who told you this?
General Secord, I believe, sir.
All right. Did you, was it identified to you in what account it would be deposited?
To the best of my recollection, we had given the account of Lake Resources, if I'm not mistaken.
You had given the account specifically for the receipt of this $10 million?
If I am not mistaken, Lake Resources was the collecting company that we were using at the time. We had not abandoned it yet.
Well, were you given any specific information that it was to come to the Lake Resources account?
Yeah, the bank account number, sir.
Just the bank account number?
And the name of the account.
Was there any instructions or any information given to you that it was to be segregated and separated from the main account?
No, what the main account, sir?
The main account of of Lake Resources.
The Lake Resources
which I think
was
is
the main account.
386. It starts with a 386.
Lake account was the main account, sir.
Well, it was though that the money of the $10 million, were any instructions given to you that, or any understanding that it should be separated from that account and put into another account after receipt?
What I can recollect, sir, was that I could be off on this. What I remember was that we had to segregate $7 million of this. I can't remember the details of this. I knew that we were receiving this money and only part of it was supposed to remain in our account for the purchase of weapons, and the rest had to be segregated, and no specific instruction was given to me. It was left to the time that we would collect the money.
But you remember specifically that a certain portion of the money was to be spent on weapons?
Yes.
Not humanitarian aid?
I believe we were short of money at a time. Again, I'm speaking from my memory, that a certain amount of that was supposed to be spent for the purpose of Contras. I understood that it would be for the purchase of arms. I could be wrong, sir.
All right, so now you got from General Secord that it was to be divided into two parts, one $3 million and one $7 million.
That's my recollection, sir.
of those, the 3 million or the 7 million, was to be spent on arms for the Contras?
The 3, sir.
The 3 million was to be spent on arms for the Contras.
That's what I recall, sir.
Well, what was the instructions that you had pertaining to the 7 million as to where it would go?
I was told as soon as the money gets there, I would be given the instructions.
You'd be given the instructions then in regards to it. So you don't have any question that 3 million was to go to arms?
As I mentioned earlier, sir, that was my deduction, that since 3 million was going to remain with us, we were going to spend that on arms.
Well, you had, if you separated 7 and 3 and you didn't know you'd receive later instructions relative to the 7, you had specific instructions as to the 3, did you not?
Yes, to be used out of our enterprise.
For arms?
That was my deduction, sir.
All right. Now, who was to direct the sale relative to the 3 million, as to who you would buy the arms from?
I don't think I focused on that, sir. I assumed that we would follow the normal channel that we had done to that date.
All right, so now let me ask you this: how old is Mr. Zucker?
Mr. Zucker, I believe, please forgive me, Mr. Zucker, if I go over your age. I believe he's about 54.
All right, so now is the present state of affairs, according to the staff, tells me that the recipient of the 10 million that went into a different bank account, not the one of Lake Resources, has not yet been ever identified, other than being a Swiss businessman who is a Swiss national. It has been identified as relative to the information from a judge, but who has a wife who is a doctor. Now, does Mr. Zucker have a wife who is a doctor?
Yes, but Mr. Zucker is not a Swiss citizen, sir.
But he's not a Swiss national.
He's not.
He's an American.
He's an American.
The information is that this individual is a man of approximately 60 years of age. Could Mr. Zucker be, in effect, in his appearance, appear to be 60 years of age?
His appearance is younger than his age of 54. He looks more like 50.
Well, if he has a wife who is a doctor and this Swiss national has a wife who is a doctor, what is the population of Geneva?
Sir, I missed the question.
Well, what size city is Geneva? In other words, if your two wives are doctors, it would appear that the husbands might know each other.
Well,
That's the point that I make.
If they're both in the shipping business, sir, they should. But Mr. Zucker is not in shipping business.
He's not in the shipping business, all right. Yes. Well, it may well be that, but it does strike a little coincidence. I believe that's so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, everyone's been making much of the fact that you're rather candid, you're frank, and I believe up to a point that you've been trying to be candid. I'd like to clear up a point, though. Senator Cohen asked you whether or not, if there had not been a profit, you would have undertaken the task that you'd been given, and your response to him was probably. Did you mean that you would have undertaken the task without a profit?
I think I was asked that question at a later date. When you talk about the task, are you referring to the Iranian effort?
Well, I'm talking about any task that you undertake, because I think that Senator Cohen asked you whether or not you would have undertaken the matter without a profit motive, and you said probably, and I'm confused because I don't know whether or not, as a businessman who has stated very plainly that you're interested in profit as well as you initially stated, in doing something for your country and for the United States.
To be totally candid with you, sir, if it would be, I have in my own mind to evaluate the value of the services that I can render and make a judgment whether the services that I can render outwits my personal profit, and how long I have to spend in rendering that profit. If it would be short term, I probably would get into it without any profit, but if it would require years of involvement, I don't think I would do it.
Well, let me say that you made an opening statement, and I think you were very thoughtful in the preparation of that statement, and I just wanted to clear the point because I recall you're stating that as a businessman, I never pretended to undertake the tasks I was asked to perform for philanthropic purposes. And I made that clear to all of those with whom I was involved, including General Secord, Lieutenant Colonel North, the CIA, and the Iranians. That means that in any undertaking. Isn't that the fact?
That is correct, sir, but there's also another side to this statement.
Yeah, but this statement is clear.
Yes, the answer is yes, sir.
Okay.
Because my understanding was that this is going to take a long time, and it did.
Well, you were interested in the profit motive then.
I never denied that, and I don't now.
Well, I hope that you don't, but you left the impression, I think at one point, that you might have undertaken something, even if there were not a profit. But let's go on to something else, because Senator Rudman struck a note here that I think all of us...
Sir, may I add something to here? I was asked in December, I believe, to make the introduction between the Iranian channel and the State Department, and there was no money in that for me. And I went through a lot of hardship to arrange that at a time that there was no confidence whatsoever by the Iranians in the Americans, and I did that without having any possibility of making any money out of that effort. Just for the sake of record.
Well, let me just state, as I was beginning to say, that Senator Rudman, I think, struck a note here when he made mention of what we all, I think, should bear in mind as we move on in this, that where there is the possibility of using private business people in situations where there could be profit and corruption could inadvertently arise, I think we've got to not only bear that in mind, but we've got to recognize that here, where there has been a stated American foreign policy not to pay ransom or trade arms for hostages, that we used an arms dealer actually not only to negotiate for hostages, but an arms dealer who we know has been in business for the purpose of making profit in various transactions. And that bothers me a good deal, and especially I would like to call this to your attention, and of course I want to be fair with you and ask you to reply to it, but you mentioned that under Colonel North's 7-point plan, we would exchange arms for the release of all the American hostages. Under your 9-point plan, we'd receive 1 1/2 hostages for the arms shipment. Does this in any way suggest that you would feel that you could carry on this transaction for purpose of gaining a profit until we got all the hostages?
That was not the intention, sir.
Well,
the total amount of arms or total amount of tows did not change in either plan. The hostages remained constant. The number of hostages were the same. The total amount of tows were the same. In no way the 9-point program would have increased my profitability. I came to that.
In other words, you were not thinking in terms of delaying something for the purpose of enjoying a bigger profit.
To the contrary, if the 7-point plan would have been accepted, we would have shipped all the goods at the same time, all the hostages would have been released at the same time, would have made my profits at the same time.
Let me ask you one final question, because this was curious to me, and I recognize that in this, I recognize your beneficence toward Colonel North. You wanted to propose, and you did propose, in setting aside a certain amount of money in the button account, you proposed $500,000 to General Secord. Is that not correct for that account? And for the button account, you were proposing $500,000.
For the death benefit. When we started out, sir.
No, I just want to know, that was the amount you proposed, $500,000.
Yes, sir.
And General Secord, who has been before us and talked about his being in this for the sake of patriotism, General Secord was the one who said we shouldn't give that much to Colonel North, we ought to give him only $200,000. Was that for the purpose of diminishing the amount of money that would be there for both of you to share in as profits?
I think the explanation that I gave was that General Secord said that I should not use my own points of reference, my own personal lifestyle as a point of reference, and I did not understand how a soldier lives, and they are not.
Yeah, but no, that's not the point
I'm missing the
getting
point.
at,
Could you
Mr.
be more
Hakim.
specific, sir?
The point that I'm getting at is that you proposed $500,000, General Secord said $200,000. That meant that there would have been $300,000 more in the enterprise for you and Mr. Secord.
That's wrong conclusion, sir, because the money would have stayed in the account, whether it was 500 or 200. It was in case of death of Colonel North, sir, that money would have been used. So I don't believe we would have considered profitability of our two individuals when the life of another person was involved, sir. Do I make myself clear? I don't
Mr.
believe...
Hakim, I wasn't questioning your motivation. You were being beneficent in saying $500,000. It was Colonel North who said no because of the lifestyle. Let's give General Secord. Let's give him $200,000.
Not give him. Let's set aside.
Let's set aside.
Yes, sir.
So there would have been $300,000 more that would have stayed in the enterprise, which would have benefited at least General Secord, if not you.
But we were not dividing the...
Not at that time.
Then who knows what the expenses would have been? I can agree that the enterprise would have had additional $300,000 not blocked. That I can agree to, sir.
So that would have been $300,000 more, which could have gone to General Secord and you.
Or the expenses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, all through this, I've been concerned in trying to get the taxpayers' money back, and just in terms of simple, straightforward facts, it seems to me that the weapons which were sold to the Iranians were American weapons purchased with American taxpayers' funds. Isn't that correct?
I'm not an expert in this, sir.
Well, you don't know where the, let me just stipulate to you that the way the Defense Department gets money is that then buys arms is that they use the taxpayers' money to do so. So there were weapons belonging to the taxpayers. They were sold for $30 million. I understand that the taxpayers were paid about $12 million according to your records. You had transportation and related costs of $2.4 million according to your records, and $700,000 of miscellaneous expenses. So that would leave $14.4 at $9 million, approximately half of all that $30 million that was received. And I just wonder when the taxpayers can plan on getting that back from you. When do you plan to give the taxpayers back the $15 million of proceeds from the sale of their property?
Sir, are you telling me that there was some sort of an arrangement that the CIA would get part of their money first and some of it later?
No, sir. I'm just saying that what you sold was taxpayers' property. You sold it for $30 million. You only paid back 12. You had $3 million of expenses. So when can we expect you to give the taxpayers back their other $15 million? Do you have plans to give it back, I presume?
Sir, you have to speak in terms that a businessman can understand it.
Well,
Are you suggesting that the American public, they had stock in our enterprise?
Mr. Hakim, I'm asking you a very simple question, and you can answer it by saying never if you want to answer it. When do you plan to give the American taxpayers back their $15 million?
Sir, I'm afraid you were not present in the meeting. We discussed this issue.
I heard you, but I want to know when you plan to. You do not plan to give it back, is that correct?
My plan is as soon as we can figure it out.
All right. Well,
we will refer to it as a monster as soon as we can figure out what this monster is. We'll settle up.
Of the, I gather you have about $8 million left in your accounts under your control, $6.67 million and $1.4 million altogether. Could you at least go ahead and give us back that $8 million? I say give it back to the taxpayers. When could you give that back?
I have already responded to this question in detail. We can go over that if there's time.
Well, let me ask a third question. Is it true you've been in contact with General Secord over the last 2 or 3 months?
I believe I also testified to that.
Well, I'd like to hear, did
Yes.
you meet with General Secord as recently as April?
I believe I testified right after the 20th of April when I met with him in the presence of counsel.
So if General Secord gave you an instruction that he would like to have the approximately $1 million, which is now in the Corral account, $1,076,000, General Secord requested that you return that to the taxpayers. Would you be willing to do so? Would there be anything standing in your way of returning that to the taxpayers? General Secord asked you to return it?
I have learned one thing, sir, from this whole affair, that I will not do anything anymore without consulting with my attorneys. And that would be one of those cases.
Well, I wouldn't, but you personally would have no objection to returning that money to the taxpayers if General Secord asked you to do that?
If my attorneys so advise me.
So, what about taxes? Now, you say you've given some indication in your answers, and I've been listening to your answers, and when I've been in the room and out of the room, that you have some doubt. You apparently don't accept my hypothesis that all this money belongs to the taxpayers. So I presume the $15 million either belongs to the taxpayers or it became yours and General Secord's to do with as you pleased. And if any other American taxpayer were to get $15 million, if I were, or if anybody watching us right now were to get $15 million to do with as they pleased, they'd have to pay taxes on that money. Now, I don't believe you can have it both ways. How can you explain that you either won't give it back, either it belongs to the taxpayers and you should give it back, or you should pay taxes on it, should you not?
Sir, if you're, on behalf of the U.S. government, giving me $15 million today, I will pay my taxes on it.
I haven't given you anything. I think that you've kept $15 million that belong to the taxpayers.
But this is not what the record shows, sir.
Well, let me ask this. You're aware of General Secord's stated commitment to help the Contras, are you not? And his desire to help the Contras?
I refer to that in this hearing today as well.
Well, then, if you were aware of that, you also have testified in this hearing that on the last sales, when you knew that the money had already been appropriated by the Congress, I believe in August, your final sale to the Contras that you, I believe at one point you said 50%, at another point in time you said a markup of 40%. If you knew of General Secord's, your partner's, strong desire to help the Contras, why did you charge a 40 or 50% markup on that last sale?
I did not decide the final markup, sir. I testified that we communicated, Mr. Kleins and myself, to General Secord that we wanted to have an increase in our profit, and we left it to him to decide.
And he allowed you to go ahead and charge, in other words, he concurred with this charge of 40 to 50% on that last and final sale to the Contras? He did not veto that?
I don't think that we suggested any percentage. I don't believe that we have all the figures to determine the final percentage. With the figures that we have at this time, I believe it came out to be 40% from the top.
All right, but 40% is what you charged, and you charged that knowing of General Secord's stated desire to help the Contras and saying that he was in this enterprise not mainly for profit but to help the Contras, and yet he did not veto that or monitor carefully the amount of markup that you were charging?
If you look at the history of the activity of this so-called enterprise, lack of discipline was something that we constantly had.
Lack of discipline and also high markups.
All depends what's the point of reference, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I just wanted to get one area of questioning straightened out in my mind. I would like the United States taxpayers to receive a windfall when they can, and if we can get some of this money, that's fine. But it's my understanding that the United States government received all the money that it contracted for with regard to the sale of the weapons. Is that correct?
You're correct, sir.
We sold weapons that totaled about $12 million. The contract was that we received $12 million. We asked for $12 million, and we got $12 million before, in fact, we got rid of the weapons.
You're correct, sir.
A few moments ago, you said something that I'd not heard before, and I'd like you to just mention it, if you would, again, and explain the circumstances. You indicated that at one time you were with Oliver North when he was offered a gift by the Iranians, and he refused it. Could you elaborate?
I recall, I don't remember during which one of the visits it was that the Iranians brought an Iranian carpet and for Colonel North. He thanked them immensely, and he said that he could not accept that. Iranians had brought some pistachios. He took a handful of the pistachios, said, however, I will accept this.
Did he indicate the reason why he did not feel that it was appropriate to accept the carpets?
He explained to them because he's...
What did he say?
He's a government official. He's not entitled to accepting gifts.
How much was the carpet worth that he rejected, approximately?
This is a wild guess on my part, sir. I would say between $2,000 to $5,000.
It's a pretty expensive rug.
Yes.
You're setting up the button accounts, and your attempt to get to the wheel rolling, and you're setting in motion Mr. Zucker, and then ending up, obviously, with no real transfer or arrangement with Oliver North. Did Oliver North ever thank you for setting up a $200,000 account on his behalf?
No, sir. As far as I understood, he didn't know. He never thanked me. The answer to your question is no.
You knew him by that time reasonably well, and you spoke with him by that time often. Do you think he would have at least indicated to you appreciation if he knew about it?
That's the right conclusion, sir.
I don't know whether he knew about it or not. We'll have to wait for his testimony. But rather than the reverse conclusion that I get from the questions of some of us here, I get just the reverse. If Oliver North had any indication that you had set aside $200,000 on his behalf, he would either signal to you that he knew, thank you for doing it, or do the same thing he did with the $5,000 carpet, reject it because he was a government official.
It's very refreshing to hear that line of logic, sir.
You said, Mr. Hakim, that you were generous in other ways. There was some number of questions with respect to your motivation in setting up a $200,000 account for the benefit of Oliver North's spouse and his child. And you said if you knew my record, you would understand the fact that I have been generous before. I'm going to give you a chance to elaborate on that, if you would.
Probably today in the United States alone, I can provide you with at least 6, 7, 8 not only character witnesses, but witnesses who actually benefited from similar action. And in addition to that, there are a lot more people in Iran who, if God willing, we ever get a chance to have a relationship with, they would also be witnesses to that.
Those similar types of events, did they contain similar types of money?
Large monies, gifting stock in the companies. There are people that I'm happy to see that they are millionaires as a result of my getting them involved.
So what you're saying is the fact that you're establishing this account for the benefit of Oliver North's child and widow, should he die, was consistent with a pattern of that type of largesse, that type of benefits that you had bestowed on others.
Very much so, sir.
What happened to William Buckley?
I believe our intelligence organizations have confirmed that he has been killed under heavy torture.
Was it common knowledge of the manner of his death during the time that you were involved with the Iranian operation?
That was very much on our mind. Yes, it was known and it was very much on our mind.
Was the manner of his death known to you?
Yes, it was. I can't forget even now when I remember the time that Oliver North decided to take the trip to Tehran. I was cheerful. He was cheerful. It was a very intense moment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hakim. I see that my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I want to thank you for testifying. You've shed some very important light on the facts and the circumstances for which these committees were initially formed. And I feel it is helpful from time to time to remind ourselves of just why we were formed. We were established to investigate the decision of our government to sell arms to Iran, and in connection with that particular mission, we were also obligated to explore what happened, or what appeared to be a transfer to the Contras of some of the funds raised from those very same arms transactions. Now, a thorough examination will help us to better understand our foreign policy operations and hopefully how we can avoid these problems in the future and give us some guidance for the future. But we also will naturally discover a number of side stories, possibly even violations of the law. Now, to the extent those possible violations are relevant to our central inquiry, it seems to me we have an obligation to explore them, but we are not a criminal court. And I fear that occasionally we steer away from our main purposes and spend inordinate time on some tangents. And when we do, we sometimes seem to lose part of our objectivity and possibly we abandon part of our obligation. Now, focusing on just what I see some of our main purposes, let me ask you just a few general questions. With respect to the Contra operations, you became involved at the request of General Secord, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And your involvement with the Contras consisted initially of selling arms to the Contras for profit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And later you transferred the funds to General Secord's resupply operation, am I correct in that?
You're correct on that.
Okay, and you did that at the request of General Secord, who in turn you believe, received instructions from Colonel North. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And with respect to the Iranian sales, arms sales, you got involved because General Secord asked you to. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you served initially as an interpreter. That's also correct.
That's also correct, sir.
Okay, and you also served as the money man. You took care of the financial affairs of what General Secord has referred to as the commercial cutout. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you claimed that with regard to the first channel, you had no profit motivation whatever. Is that fair?
That's fair, sir.
Okay, then at the later time, you became involved as a principal negotiator with the second channel. Is that right?
That's right, sir.
Okay, and there you did have a profit motive. Is that correct?
That's also correct, sir.
Okay. And throughout all of this, you were a private citizen. Am I right in that regard?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I must admit, it troubles me, Mr. Hakim, that we were involving you like we were. With all due respect to you, I don't think you were trained or prepared to conduct foreign policy operations or foreign relations. And when we throw in your profit motive, which you freely admit, it seems to me it makes for a very bad and made for a very bad situation. And it made a bad situation worse. Now, I don't necessarily blame you, and we'll leave that for conclusions that'll happen later. But I do find what happened to be instructive, especially as what we should not do in the future. Would you agree with me, Mr. Hakim, that your efforts to develop the second channel, as well-intentioned as they might have been, had the effect of blowing whatever chance the Iranian operation had for success, because the existence of the second channel upset the first channel? Is that correct?
I'm afraid I don't share your opinion, sir, on that. I didn't believe that the structure of the first channel was proper at all or had any...
I'm not judging whether it was proper. I'm saying the fact that we went to a second channel actually blew up the first channel. Is that correct?
There was a time that we maintained both channels. I believe there are documents to that effect.
Okay, but the net effect is that because of going to the second channel, Ghorbanifar blew the cover on the
I don't believe that is true, sir.
All right.
My information is very different. I think I have valid information as to how this happened.
All right. Just so I have it straight, Mr. Hakim, based on your experience, what were the objectives of the U.S. government officials that you met or that you heard from or that Mr. General Secord heard from, as you understand them with respect to the first channel? Was it an arms for hostage deal at the inception, or was it for a longer-term relationship with Iran?
I believe I testified that Colonel North and the Iranian representative, they were going past each other. Colonel North was shooting for a long-term relationship.
All right. Now, let me just bring out one last point on this line of questions. Mr. Hakim, certain allegations have developed through your testimony that tend to raise several questions that have, I believe, a relationship to our task. One relates to your attempts to send money to Colonel North. Others relate to General Secord and his appearing here and forswearing of profits, and to the profit margin you and he made on arms sales to the Contras. We have had, of course, General Secord appear before us. In light of your statements, I think he needs to be recalled, and we need to clear up some of these contradictions that seem to appear in my mind. And I would be for recalling him. I know, for example, on the issue of profits on Contra arms sales, General Secord has recently provided the committees with a written explanation which he confirms or reconfirms that your overall profit margin was 20 to 30%. And for the record, I'm referring to a May 24, 1987 letter addressed to Mr. Lyman and Mr. Niels. The few documents that you were showed today tend to suggest a higher percentage. Is that correct?
If we have all the facts.
All right. Now, I feel General Secord may be the only person who can answer our questions on that subject, and do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, I will urge, because of that, the committees to recall General Secord at an appropriate time, because I think it's important for two reasons. One, we need to know the truth. And two, as I said at the beginning, I believe it is in our best interest to straighten out these issues in order to keep our focus on the larger policy questions before these committees. Now, I have a number of additional questions I wish I could ask you at this time pertaining to a whole raft of other issues. But as I've watched this, I feel you've been very candid to this committee.
Thank you, sir.
You've been very forthright about what your role was and how you viewed your role here. And I think you've been very candid with regard to your various relationships, and to that extent I want to commend you and thank you for being here. But I do think that we've got to clear up some of these inconsistencies and problems and what may appear to be contradictions between what you have said and what General Secord has said, and I think in his best interest we need to make sure he comes back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, is it true that you had in your possession a KL-43 encryption device?
Yes, sir, at one point in time.
And tell us when that was and who gave it to you?
I believe it was during the month of May when General Secord was in Tel Aviv trying to coordinate the Iranian trip, and we had also DEA and Mr. Klein's in Cyprus pursuing the release of the hostage or hostages the DEA was following up, and I was left with the KL-43 in Geneva, Switzerland, to link up. The General Secord could not be in both places at the same time, so he had no choice but to leave me with the KL-43 so I could communicate with him and report to him the movement of the ship that we were sending to Cyprus, also the result of my discussions with DEA and Mr. Klein's in Cyprus. And there was also another occasion, and possibly the third one, that I recall that KL-43 was left with me to use. And those last two were in connection with the second channel.
Now, who was it that instructed you on how to use it?
Nobody instructed me on that. It's an instrument that they can walk you through over the phone once you have the proper tape with you, and you can feed the brains, if you will, into the machine. One can, without compromising the communication, tell you how to run the machine.
Well, but you didn't receive the device over the phone. Someone gave you the device, didn't they?
No, the device was left with me prior to Mr. Secord's departure for Tel Aviv.
Who left it with you?
General Secord.
All right, but he didn't instruct you on how to utilize it.
No, he said that it is simple. He left me the booklet to read, and he said that over the phone he would walk me through it.
All right. What about the encryption materials? From whom did you receive those?
Are you referring to the memory for the machine, sir?
Yes.
But General Secord gave me that for that day. They changed day to day.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you return that machine?
I believe this machine still on the seal, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check with... I'm being informed that this machine, without the tape, it has no tape whatsoever. It's totally a useless machine. It is under lock with my Swiss lawyer in Switzerland.
That machine would still belong to the United States of America, wouldn't it not?
Definitely.
Okay. When do you plan to return it?
As soon as I'm instructed, sir.
By whom?
I have to refer to my lawyer for that. I have to be directed who's the appropriate authority, and definitely I would abide.
Well, if you were instructed to do so by an elected official in the United States, would you return it?
If I
Mr. Chairman, may I step in here? Congressman, we would be, I'm sure Mr. Hakim would be happy to return it if someone would instruct us how that should be done and whom it should be given to, and somebody is willing to pick it up. We'll give them the address and they can go there tomorrow, as far as we're concerned. He has no interest in maintaining this thing. So we are happy. He has no interest in keeping it. If someone will just tell us how to do it, it will be given back.
I'm sure we'll take you up on that, Counselor. Mr. Hakim, you mentioned ethics this morning, and I was rather struck yesterday when you talked about acting as Secretary of State due to the incompetence of the officials of the United States. Did it strike you that while you were working in behalf of the business enterprise owned by yourself and General Secord, that there was a conflict of interest between your profit motive and your being able to represent the best interests of the United States?
First, I'd like to very much clarify this issue of the acting as the Secretary of State.
I'm just referring to your statement yesterday.
Yes, but I also said that I would not accept the job for any money in the world. My total focus of yesterday's discussion, Mr. Stokes, was for that one particular day where I testified that I was remained behind to patch things up. To patch things up doesn't require the skill of Secretary of State. It requires the skill of an Iranian who speaks the language and understands the culture, and this is what I was referring to. And then to patch up the relationship so the two parties can get back together would not compromise the interests of the United States.
The Chair will indulge me. I just have one further question. In response to a question posed to you, I think, by Senator Mitchell earlier today, when you referred to having been dropped and stabbed in late 1986, and he pursued that with you. Let me just ask you this. What did you feel at that time the obligation of the United States was to you?
I felt the body that asked us to come forward and help with this, to come out at least to listen to us, even tell us that you're on your own. There's nothing we can do. We were not called upon. Our request to meet, we thought that we were doing this thing on behalf of the President. My only contact was General Secord. I requested him to contact the President. He said he had already tried and failed. And I earlier testified that to this date, I really don't know what layer or element or part of the U.S. government was who retained us, but in my mind, there's no doubt that I could not have gotten to the White House, participated in various meetings, gone to the Situation Room, given a phony passport without some authority within the U.S. government structure having retained us. I expected them to come out and say, hey, fellows, you're on your own. For these reasons, we cannot help you, or we will help you. The total silence, as if we didn't exist. We were just dropped.
You really felt the President of the United States should have come in and said something on your behalf, is that it?
I believe that if he could not do that, he should have arranged for us to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Hakim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, we got a line of sight problem here. A few minutes ago, you stated that one of the reasons you put up the $200,000 account for Oliver North was your fear of him being killed, possibly even tortured on the trip to Iran. Is that correct?
A lot of such thoughts went through our mind. That's correct.
Why would we send someone like Oliver North with the kind of secret information he had, and like Robert McFarland, to a country where you feared torture and possible even death? Wouldn't it occur to you as an American citizen that was a rather dangerous thing for us to do?
I repeatedly said that I did not like the pattern of the first channel. That included the trip to Tehran. Even if such a trip had to take place, it should have been prepared properly. A different team should have gone out there, set up the grounds for the meeting and make sure everything is proper before our team would go there.
Did Colonel North ever mention to you anything about what he would do if he were tortured while he were over there? Would that subject ever come up?
I believe I testified during the early days of my testimonies that I sized Colonel North to be a soldier that, as if he always searches for a way of getting killed for his country. That comes across so vividly that you cannot remain insensitive to it. The man, it is an obsession with him. He likes to get killed for his country. He doesn't care.
So you sensed a real danger in that trip, and you were skeptical about it, to say the least.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, skeptical about the danger or skeptical about the trip?
Skeptical about the trip to Iran by Colonel North.
I didn't think that they would come back with any results.
I know you've been over this, but I must ask you a couple of questions about it, because this memorandum, which is attached to exhibit number 40, that I believe you testified was written, you thought it was the handwriting of General Secord. Is that correct? This is the memorandum relating, and I quote from it, "As I said in Brussels, we will fight Russians in Iran in case of invasion, with or without the government of Iran assistance."
Yes, sir.
And you said this was, though, not just General Secord's position, this was in fact what the delegation told the Iranians when you met with them. Is that right?
That was discussing in a very diplomatic way that ways could be found that there would be an honorable end to the war.
But did we tell them if the Russians invaded, we were going to basically defend them whether the Iranian government cooperated or not?
That, I believe, was discussed not in a way to threaten the Iranians, rather as a U.S. policy that led the Iranians to believe that the United States had a policy that if ever Russians try to invade Iran, because of the geopolitical importance of Iran, the United States would fight the Russians there.
And that's put forth as the policy of the United States?
That was set forth to lead the Iranians believe that that was the policy.
Did you think it was then an effort to deceive Iran, were you trying to deceive them, or did you really believe this was the policy of the United States?
I could not tell, sir, what
about the
was the policy.
The next point, we will cooperate to depose Hussein. Was that put forth to deceive the Iranians, or was that what you understood our policy to be?
I really don't know. If I have to, and I'm trying to recall the circumstances, if I have to guess, I would say that it was more along the lines of deceiving the Iranians.
you were more deceiving them than really making a policy.
That was my sense. I didn't focus on it at the time. I was focusing on getting the two parties to talk. That was, I was sure that if they start talking, even on small issues, that can develop, that can evolve.
Well, as an American citizen, did it bother you that a retired general and a lieutenant colonel on the NSC staff and a businessman were holding out to the Iranian delegation that America would get involved in a war in against the Soviet Union and Iran, even without the cooperation of the Iranian government, and that we would also cooperate with them to depose the president of Iraq? Did that bother you as an American citizen?
If I believed at the time that the Colonel North and General Secord did not have the approval of the higher-ups to attend these meetings, it would definitely have bothered me, but I was continuously under the impression that they had the authority to participate in those
So
meetings.
you thought they were really speaking for the president when they held out these?
That was my impression.
Thank you.
Senator Tribble?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I would like to return to a discussion you had with Senator Heflin a few minutes ago about the $10 million that was allegedly sent to Lake Resources. There came a time you testified that you tried to find these monies. Who asked you to search for them or trace them?
General Secord.
And what did General Secord tell you exactly about those monies?
In advance of expecting the money, I was told that soon there would be a movement for us to receive $10 million.
Did he tell you where it would come from?
I don't believe they told me that at the beginning, but when the money did not reach Lake Resources and I wanted to backtrack, I asked them to tell me where the money originated so I could backtrack, and to the best of my recollection, I was told that it came from the Far East.
And nothing more?
And nothing more, no.
Now, you also testified that you were told to segregate those funds into two accounts, $7 million and $3 million.
Well, not to the precision that you're saying, two accounts. My understanding was that we could not use approximately $7 million of
They were to be treated then as two accounts, or
yes,
for two separate purposes.
Exactly.
Now, who told you to do that?
General Secord.
And where did General Secord get his instructions?
I can speculate only that he got it from Colonel North.
All right, sir. Now, $7 million was for what purpose?
I have no idea.
Now, what about the $3 million? Did you not testify earlier that $3 million was for a specific purpose?
Was to go through the so-called enterprise for the Contras, I believe, armed procurement at the time.
Well, now that's the point I wanted to make. It's hard for me to believe that that was the intended purpose, because that enterprise had come to an end at that point. Indeed, the Congress had appropriated $100 million. In fact, the record shows that your last shipment in support of the Contras was in August of 1986. And we're talking about now December of 1986. There's no way in the world that you could have contemplated those monies would be used to help the Contras, is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. May I direct my question to Senator Tribble? Did you say December of 1986? My recollection was that the funds were solicited in the summer or spring of 1986.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm incorrect about that.
Well, your transaction, your last transaction, had taken place.
used up the money and paid for the weapons already, and we were going to get reimbursed from that donation. That's what I can recall.
Well, let us pursue this because the time is...
Can you give me some dates, Senator? Because
I was hoping you could give me some dates.
But we have gone through these. I don't have the records. We have exhausted this issue, and the dates are there.
Well,
if you could, somebody help me with this.
The hour is late, and we can put that the timing of those transactions and discussions in their proper context. My understanding and recollection of the dates was that your last transaction to the Contras, in support of the Contras, was in August of 1986, and all this happened thereafter. So it seemed hard for me to understand why it was you still contemplated doing business in support of the Contras.
Mr. Chairman, I think our question is not when the last transaction with the Contras was, but if someone can help us, perhaps those of you, I don't know what Mr. Abrams testified, but when was the donation solicited from this Far East country?
Let me, could we ask the council to clarify this for us, Mr. Chairman?
Understanding is that the transfer took place sometime in August, that there were questions about it in the fall, and that either Mr. Hakim or his representative was still asking about this money of the bank on December 5, 1986, which is well after the Congress had voted the aid.
Mr. Lyman, my question is very different. I'm looking for a date that I was told to expect this money. That is the date that I'm looking for.
I think I know the records reflect that the transfer took place on August the 18th, and that that was a transfer in the bank on August 18th. Now, there's a lot of time after that in which they were trying to find it. It was not after the Meese revelation on November the 25th. There was then a telegram sent to Brunei, and Brunei reports back around the 1st of December to the effect that they haven't received it. They had sent the money. I don't think it was later discovered until the spring of this year in regards to going into another account. But his point is that he was asking you about the time that you were discussing it. It was almost a definite fact that the Congress would vote to $100 million aid, including lethal aid, to the Contras.
And I would add that you had undertaken what you knew to be, or considered to be, your last enterprise on behalf of the Contras, which was in August of 1986. So it's unbelievable to me to hear you say that this money was intended to help the Contras.
Sir, I still haven't gotten the assistance that I'm seeking.
Well,
I'm looking for the date that I was told to expect the money. I'm not debating as to when the money was transferred. I am not debating the records that I personally have made available to the committees. My question is very different. I am asking when I was told to expect this money. I need to find that date.
Mr. Hakim, I cannot answer your question. I would hope that perhaps you could answer mine. Mr. Chairman, would you indulge me for a minute or two more, since much of my time was engaged in a freewheeling colloquy with the witness and my colleagues. Let me move beyond that point and just say a couple words, if I might, with the indulgence of the chair, about what we've heard thus far and how this kind of fits together in my mind. Mr. Chairman, I must say this all smacks of a soap opera. It's a saga of finality and greed and a flair for the dramatic. It's part James Bond and part Jimmy Durante. And it would be very laughable but for the destructive consequences for people and policy. What we've established, I think, through this testimony is the sheer folly of operating outside official channels without oversight and accountability, consultation, checks and balances. People and policy get into big trouble. Now, your testimony and the records that you have furnished this committee have been very helpful, Mr. Hakim. It tells us a lot, not only about yourself, but other witnesses. For example, it calls into serious question the truthfulness of the testimony of your partner, General Secord. General Secord said he was only advancing national interest, and yet the evidence shows that he was actively promoting his own self-interest. General Secord said that he had forsworn all profits from this enterprise. I would label that a contingent disclaimer of profits, contingent on his getting federal employment. You obviously didn't believe him because you continue to put more and more of the profits into his account. The evidence shows that over $300,000 was transferred to his benefit for his investments, for his personal use. General Secord also said the arms markup was 20 to 30%. We've learned from your records the markup was huge. It was 50 to 60% or more. That your enterprise was
No, the money, when I was told the money would be coming, as a matter of fact, I recall, now that I'm focusing on it, that as far as our bookkeeping was concerned, internal bookkeeping was concerned, I believe we had used up the money and paid for the weapons already, and we were going to get reimbursed from that donation. That's what I can recall.
Well, let us pursue this because the time is...
Can you give me some dates, Senator? Because
I was hoping you could give me some dates.
But we have gone through these. I don't have the records. We have exhausted this issue, and the dates are there.
Well,
if we could, somebody help me with this.
The hour is late, and we can put that the timing of those transactions and discussions in their proper context. My understanding and recollection of the dates was that your last transaction to the Contras, in support of the Contras, was in August of 1986, and all this happened thereafter. So it seemed hard for me to understand why it was you still contemplated doing business in support of the Contras.
Mr. Chairman, I think our question is not when the last transaction with the Contras was, but if someone can help us, perhaps those of you, I don't know what Mr. Abrams testified, but when was the donation solicited from this Far East country?
Let me, could we ask the council to clarify this for us, Mr. Chairman?
Understanding is that the transfer took place sometime in August, that there were questions about it in the fall, and that either Mr. Hakim or his representative was still asking about this money of the bank on December 5, 1986, which is well after the Congress had voted the aid.
Mr. Lyman, my question is very different. I'm looking for a date that I was told to expect this money. That is the date that I'm looking for.
I think I know the records reflect that the transfer took place on August the 18th, and that that was a transfer in the bank on August 18th. Now, there's a lot of time after that in which they were trying to find it. It was not after the Meese revelation on November the 25th. There was then a telegram sent to Brunei, and Brunei reports back around the 1st of December to the effect that they haven't received it. They had sent the money. I don't think it was later discovered until the spring of this year in regards to going into another account. But his point is that he was asking you about the time that you were discussing it. It was almost a definite fact that the Congress would vote to $100 million aid, including lethal aid, to the Contras.
And I would add that you had undertaken what you knew to be, or considered to be, your last enterprise on behalf of the Contras, which was in August of 1986. So it's unbelievable to me to hear you say that this money was intended to help the Contras.
Sir, I still haven't gotten the assistance that I'm seeking.
Well,
I'm looking for the date that I was told to expect the money. I'm not debating as to when the money was transferred. I am not debating the records that I personally have made available to the committees. My question is very different. I am asking when I was told to expect this money. I need to find that date.
Mr. Hakim, I cannot answer your question. I would hope that perhaps you could answer mine. Mr. Chairman, would you indulge me for a minute or two more, since much of my time was engaged in a freewheeling colloquy with the witness and my colleagues. Let me move beyond that point and just say a couple words, if I might, with the indulgence of the chair, about what we've heard thus far and how this kind of fits together in my mind. Mr. Chairman, I must say this all smacks of a soap opera. It's a saga of finality and greed and a flair for the dramatic. It's part James Bond and part Jimmy Durante. And it would be very laughable but for the destructive consequences for people and policy. What we've established, I think, through this testimony is the sheer folly of operating outside official channels without oversight and accountability, consultation, checks and balances. People and policy get into big trouble. Now, your testimony and the records that you have furnished this committee have been very helpful, Mr. Hakim. It tells us a lot, not only about yourself, but other witnesses. For example, it calls into serious question the truthfulness of the testimony of your partner, General Secord. General Secord said he was only advancing national interest, and yet the evidence shows that he was actively promoting his own self-interest. General Secord said that he had forsworn all profits from this enterprise. I would label that a contingent disclaimer of profits, contingent on his getting federal employment. You obviously didn't believe him because you continue to put more and more of the profits into his account. The evidence shows that over $300,000 was transferred to his benefit for his investments, for his personal use. General Secord also said the arms markup was 20 to 30%. We've learned from your records the markup was huge. It was 50 to 60% or more. That your enterprise was gouging the Contras, the very people that General Secord said he was so fervently hopeful in helping. Mr. Chairman, I think it may well be necessary, in view of this evidence, in view of the testimony of Mr. Hakim, to call General Secord again, to give him a chance to respond, out of fairness to General Secord and Mr. Hakim, and also for the further information of this committee. I thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Tribble, you may recall that when General Secord ended his testimony, he was advised to be available for further interrogation if such be necessary. The last 2 days, I think, has demonstrated to this committee that this committee may have to call upon General Secord for his assistance. And further, we may have to call upon you, Mr. Hakim, at some later date to assist us in further clarification.
I will be at your service, sir.
Speaking of clarification, I've been listening very intently for the last 2 days, but certain things are still not very clear to me. May I refer to the 9-point Hakim Accords?
Please, sir.
In that agreement, which I gather from your notes, agreement which was reviewed and approved by General Secord?
He accepted it, yes, agreed and approved, yes.
This calls for the return of 1 and possibly 2 American hostages.
Yes, sir.
two men who were innocent of any criminal deed, who were just literally picked off the street by terrorists. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in return for the 1.5 hostages, we have an amount of sophisticated weapon systems, and then the return of 17 terrorists who were then incarcerated in a Kuwaiti prison. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, these were the men who admitted to and were found guilty of the bombing and the assassination attempt of U.S. Embassy personnel in December of 1983 in Kuwait. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the same terrorist group, 2 years later, captured an American aircraft and killed 2 Americans. Isn't that the same group?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether...
I can assure you that's correct. And you're telling me that a patriotic American general was willing to swap 17 terrorists who were guilty of killing American personnel in return for 1.5 hostages who were innocent of any criminal deed.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that item in the so-called Hakim Accord doesn't agree to releasing the 17 prisoners. It agrees to preparing a plan. If you carefully read that, just to be fair to General Secord.
Do you think the Iranians would have released 1.5 if you didn't come through with that?
No, the plan was, I believe I testified earlier, to bring the Iranians and Kuwaitis together and let them resolve it among themselves. We and Iranians took the first step in that direction. We did not agree in this 9 Accord to undertake to release or cause for the 17 prisoners to be released. The plan was to put the 2 countries together and let them work it out.
During the past 2 days, panel members and citizens in the audience have chuckled over some of your responses. They found your testimony fascinating and exotic, but I must confess to you that I found it rather sad to be told that here we had an American citizen, not just 1, but 2, not cleared to handle certain classified material, sharing the secrets of this nation, secrets that even we here have been denied. I'd be tempted to show you one of the documents that this committee received from one of our agencies, and it says, reviewed and cleared, and all it has is a blank piece of paper. You were given the KL-43, a most secret device, something that the KGB would love to grab hold of, and now we're told that it's lying in an attorney's safe or closet. We've been told that phony passports were issued by this government. We were told that persons not cleared have had access to the Situation Room, and I doubt if 3 of us on this panel have ever seen the Situation Room. It is considered so secret. And then to find that Iranians who have been sneaked in the dark of the night, been given a special tour of the White House. To say that it is stranger than fiction is an understatement. But then we find an American general who should know better, American Lieutenant Colonel, who everyone suggests is second only to the President of the United States, committing this country, its power and majesty, to defend Iran without even consultation with the Congress of the United States is just unbelievable. And then to come out that we will participate in deposing a chief of state of a country, and we're supposed to be neutral in that area. Did these things bother you? I realize you're not a diplomat or a politician, but I think of all the people in this room, you are the most knowledgeable of what is happening in the Middle East. Then these all concern you? That something was drastically wrong?
When I look back to it, Mr. Chairman, I share your opinion. At the time, it didn't occur to me.
Well, I've been told that Congressman Stokes has a unanimous consent request to make, and I'm certain this committee will go along with that. And so I now recognize Chairman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, pursuant to the statement of Mr. Hakim's counsel, I ask unanimous consent that this joint committee officially request the return of the KL-43 belonging to the United States government, now in the possession of Mr. Hakim in Geneva, Switzerland, that it should be returned by him to one of the following addresses: Lieutenant General William Odom, Director, National Security Agency, Fort Meade, Maryland, or the U.S. Consulate, 11 Route Pregny, 1292 Cambisi, Geneva, Switzerland, or the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the U.S. House of Representatives, H405, the Capitol, Washington, D.C.
Is there objection?
Mr. Chairman, reserving the right to object. It seems to me that we ought to leave open the possibility in the drafting that our representatives in Geneva would pick it up rather than having it delivered over here.
I was going to ask if they could just go to the lawyer's address and pick it up.
I would think that that would be the more secure way to do it. I would prefer that we pick it up there if Mr. Hakim would make it available, and I would suggest we amend that unanimous consent to reflect that we would prefer, and that would be an option, that we would have our governmental agencies pick it up.
I would accept Senator Nunn's amendment, Mr. Chairman.
May I also suggest an amendment that it be done within 24 hours?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to be heard for just a very brief moment in supplementation of something that you said, if I may be accorded that privilege. I think it's regrettable that criticism, a blanket criticism, has been leveled against a private citizen who, by the way, possesses some unique talents that are not spread all over this government, such as people who speak Farsi. When we wanted a Farsi speaker, we had to call back a retired CIA person. Mr. Hakim, and I don't know him, I've never seen him before the last couple of days, and I have mixed feelings about the totality of his testimony, but I would not want to discourage private citizens who have some unique talent from not wanting proudly to come forward and make that talent available to this country when you're trying to penetrate a totally closed 12th century society and you don't even have people who speak the language. And you've got a native who was born there, who has contacts there, who speaks the language. It seems to me that he deserves something more than condemnation. I just would hate to think that the only way we can deal with very difficult situations is through official channels, because not all of the official channels provide the knowledge, the expertise that we may need in some of these very difficult circumstances. I don't mean to gainsay anything you've said, except I welcome the services of uniquely qualified private citizens to help their country and our country in very unusual circumstances, and I thank you for indulging me.
As my good friend will see if he studies the transcript of this afternoon's proceeding, he will note that I did not criticize Mr. Hakim. I just said I was rather saddened by what has transpired involving a lieutenant colonel and a retired general who gave him a tour, phony passport. He wasn't the one who made the phony passport. He wasn't the one who went into the Situation Room. He was taken there by an American official. He was not the one who committed the United States to defend Iran against any Russian aggression.
The senator is absolutely right, and I just suggest that the need for secrecy sometimes requires unusual resources. I note that we have deposed Admiral Poindexter, and we have built a hermetically sealed cocoon around that testimony, and not everybody here can have access to it or know what went on, because we are aware that we are unable to keep a secret. And fortunately, nobody's life is at stake by whatever Admiral Poindexter said, but lives may well have been at stake for what Mr. Hakim and this retired general and this lieutenant colonel were up to. So it's a big picture, it's not a happy one, and I'm glad it's all coming out, and I again thank the senator.
Well, since my good friend has suggested that there may be leaks from this panel, I think it should be reported that a few days ago I received a call from the man in charge of the National Security Agency, General Odom, and he assured me that there wasn't a single leak of any classified material from this panel. This panel should keep in mind that all of our activities are being monitored at the request of the panel to make certain that no classified information is released. We have gone through great pains in sealing envelopes, coding countries by numbers, and I think we have, as my friend would know, we have maintained our responsibility, and there have been no leaks.
Well, I again, Senator, agree with you, but I think the extraordinary lengths to which we have gone to preserve that secrecy is indicative of our own concern that these things must be closely held. I noticed the name of Thomas Castillo, which we went to great pains to obscure, became unobscured somehow in the press. And I don't know how that happened, and I don't cite this committee as providing that information, but we could go on and on. I just, you're very kind to indulge me to say what I want to say, and I feel much better. Thank you.
Well, it just saddens me to be told that as a United States Senator, I may not be privy to certain information, but Mr. Ghorbanifar may get the darkest secrets of this country. Mr. Hakim can be made privy to all our secrets. Mr. Hakim can get a tour of the Situation Room that very few of us have ever seen. I would be afraid to go to any land with a phony passport, but these things have been done. I'm just saying this has been a sad 2 days for me. I just hope the people of the United States realize that. This was not funny business. This was very tragic business.
May I address the chair?
Any further questions?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
With respect to the KL-43, I'm just thinking it is the weekend in Geneva. It's 6 or 7 hours later there. I would request that instead of a limitation of 24 hours, that we make it with expedition or something like that, because I'm not sure that...
We are dealing with the most sensitive equipment, and I suppose it would be an imposition on the law firm, but so be it.
No, I'm not even sure, for example, that the lawyer in Geneva in whose custody this is being held is even in Geneva right now. So he may be away for the weekend.
We will notify the Consul General in Geneva and instruct him to get in touch with your law firm.
Thank you.
Without objection, that request is granted. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there's one question that I intended to ask, and I'm not sure that has been said on the record, and that was the relationship of this witness with Mr. Ghorbanifar. Might I just inquire for just a moment with it, how long had you known Mr. Ghorbanifar?
I believe I testified to that. I met him in his newly established organization, Starline. Mid-70s.
Now, you've not, mid-70s? And I think you have said somewhere, or someone has said, and I'm groping in my memory with respect to his relationship to the secret police in Iran.
He did, yeah, you're correct, it was discussed. He did have an arrangement with the SAVAK.
And his relationship with the intelligence activities of the nation of Israel.
That's correct.
And those are both matters of your own knowledge, or is that just a rumor?
I have seen evidence to support that.
Right. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I request you to please, you made a statement about the secrets of this country being available to Mr. Ghorbanifar and also available to me. Could you separate me from Mr. Ghorbanifar?
It is so noted, sir.
Thank you.
Before I call upon my distinguished colleague, the chairman of the House Select Committee, I'd like to announce that when we recess, we will recess until 9:30 Monday next, and we will reconvene in Rayburn Building, room 2172, at which time we will first receive the testimony of Mr. Schironi, and after that, Ms. Hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hakim, I just wanted to express my appreciation for your testimony done without immunity. You've been helpful to the committee, and we thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Done with immunity.
I'm sorry. Yeah, with immunity. Yeah.
The hearing will stand in recess until 9:30 next Monday, Rayburn 2172.
I can take your exhibit book. I can take your exhibit book.